How dare you?
Why are you? He always does this. Just to rub it in my face. I can't even.
What, you got a Rancor too now?
His is bigger.
What?
Yes.
Yours has like big crazy horns and shit.
No, his is the cantina. His is the cantina.
Oh my god.
Edition.
Oh my god.
Listen, he has spikes. Listen, I'm not grateful. I'm very grateful for the adopted. He's got spikes. Look at him. Well, now he won't stop. He plays this game. Like I try to catch up to him, and then he just runs away. Stop running.
No, my brother is just the Tard Wrangler of the two of us. He has to lead us around and be like, come on, come.
Do you see his spikes? They're orange.
Yes, they are. Quite nifty. And yours has big gnarly horns. What are you crying about?
No, his are orange.
No, I get that he has the like spikes around his back and stuff that are orange and everything, but you got big gnarly horns on the freaking head of the Rancor you got. Pretty cool.
No, his are orange.
Did you want what? You wanted orange? An orange spiked Rancor? Would that have made you feel a little better?
No. Where are we going? I'm hungry.
Jesus Christ. Own your truth. You know, it was difficult. It was at first. I mean, you just cornered me like that and everything, but you know, it's a little liberating now to know I can like Star Wars in more ways than I ever imagined. Dave Filoni is the savior of Star Wars. KK is doing an amazing job. The people out there are just blind and can't see it. So yes, thank you. I can stop lying now.
What? What the fuck?
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Saturday Night Sith, episode 101. We've got, good golly, Miss Molly, a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of stuff happened this week that we were not around for during the week. Whew, makes you think about some things. Anyways, I am your host, the Fractured Filter. And with me here is, as always, my friend, my co-host, my partner in all this madness and insanity of the world, Jay Hitman. How are you tonight, sir?
You know, it never fails. We've talked about this numerous times, how we will end the show Saturday night feeling somewhat decent or pretty good about, depending on the show, like decent if we're going over Star Wars, good if we're doing Stargate.
Right.
And then it never fails. Sunday morning, I remember there on countless times where like I'll get a text from you or we'll get on just like whatever it is about like how we've missed something, and it never ever fails.
Because it'll either happen like that Saturday night after we've ended the show, or the Sunday, that next day things pop off, and we're just like, what the heck? What's going on here? Why are you doing this to me?
Right. And it's like, couldn't this have done like the week prior to maybe like just I wish everything would happen Saturday night, like if that makes sense, like Saturday night, and then we would do it the next. But it happens throughout the week, and it's like, I don't know, but it never fails. Like we ended the show, and then just I don't know what happened. Like it was 100. It was an amazing show. Milestone was hit. Had the
Yep.
We're having the best time. I mean, you were up in the air dancing, and it was just a great time. But boy, howdy, has stuff just hit the fan. You know what's funny?
It's
like, but it's in a different capacity. Usually, it's like, 6 months ago, crap was hitting the fan with Star Wars, but now it's like this Sweet Baby Inc. Like, and I just shout out to you because
so many
earlier
things.
I don't even know how we want to do the show. I know we're going to get to the best part of the show, which is Stargate. Obviously, not my opinion; it's just facts. So just deal with it. But You text me the other day, I think like probably Thursday or on one of your days off, you sent me you sent me a link and you sent me an article. I know we'll get into that, but boy howdy, do I kind of want to spend some time on more of the now that I actually have a no pun intended, now I have a face to Sweet Baby Inc.
Multiple faces now. It's
Multiple
like
faces.
after like especially like after I clipped out some of the segments from the
Well,
100th episode, extra things just started popping off on top of it. And it's
I may
like,
not be able to speak fully, and I was quiet last week because I'm not too familiar with Gamersgate, Sweet Baby Inc. But now watching that podcast you sent me, I'm still not knowledgeable, not super knowledgeable. But now I feel like I can actually speak to kind of like
it gives
questions.
you a decent rundown for the certainly the outsider perspective and everything like that. Like I'm with. Oh yeah,
this is up there. This is almost as unethical as like racketeering. And some people make if you're Italian, listen, for my Italian people out there, they might be like, "There's nothing wrong. What are you talking about?
Yep.
What are you talking? You better just not say what you just said. You better take that back. It's not racketeering is the most reputable thing ever. It's almost as bad as extortion racketeering,
dude,
on the level of unethical. Like,
and believe me, so many people were
you're gonna write.
They were shouting and trying to get but this. I mean, we're gonna get into it for sure, but it's just
for sure. I just want to bring
certainly it certainly was kind of that early precursors to a lot of things, and to just go to show how embedded a lot of these people are and just how much control and power they actually have. Because no matter however much evidence and sense that people were making on the pro side, the anti-gamergate people were definitely able to silence, shut down, and push a lot of things forward regardless of whatever sense was being made. So it was an interesting time. It was a lot of aggravation, also a lot of fun, just because of all the shit posting and stuff like that took place. Certainly getting
who started it though?
All right, let me
get into it. Let's get into. Let's do this. Let's do this for sake of argument. Let's do it. Let's get into the kind of topics that you want to get in, because this might take a bit of time.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll be able to get through all of it obviously in one show. So it might be we kind of maybe can delve into this over the next couple of shows. But part one of like part 17. Because listen, I mean, this podcast was 2 hours you sent me, and I'm only through like maybe like not even like a fourth of it. Like Dev got like 32,000 pages. He basically said he got 3 packets of pages that he was, tabs that he was going through.
Yeah.
So let's get into this stuff, and then we'll if you want, unless you don't want to get into it, but
there's certainly a lot of like I said this to Static I think earlier today, and I was just like, we've got so much shit to cover. I don't even know how we're gonna get to all of it.
Which is a good place to be, because before
absolutely. It gives us
fish in
plenty of shit to talk about.
The stagnant pool of Star Wars, which we
can't
even get the catfish to bite because it's so bad.
Let me get to the chat just really quick here, and then I think before we get into the heavier stuff, which is all the Sweet Baby Gamergate topic, I do have one thing that I do want to touch on, and then we'll get into it. Let me just get through the chat really quick here. Splaistown was here first, saying standing by. I saw that thing that you sent me, Splaistown. Like I said, we'll be trying to get to a lot of stuff today, for sure. God, there's so much. Like I said, ever since all of this popped off, there's just been a mountain of it's like an avalanche of information that has just been sliding down and just taking everything by storm. There's a lot of the similarities of things going on from the original to today, but it's crazy. It is crazy, 100%. Meteor Advocate Timon saying, "Hey, the fractured filter, back at you, sir." And yeah, I was watching. I gotta get through the rest of it, but the spacing, I heard the announcement. Welcome to age 39, sir. I'm right there along with you. Although I'm a little bit ahead. You're just slightly older than me. But yeah, happy belated birthday. I don't drink myself, so I'm sorry I won't be having a shot. But I'll just take a sip of my drink here.
Kool-Aid.
Happy birthday, sir. Hope your celebrations has been a good one. Star Wars Marvel purists saying force choke the like button. Please do. Please smash that like button. Like Katarn smash Jan. Do it. Let's see. What's this? You can use the WOP card. I'll permit it. What is the WOP card? I'm a little lost. And he says, I need a list of the Star Wars and Marvel games affected. Well, speaking of kind of having lists, but Splace Down, woot woot, and Media Advocate Timo says, cheers, thanks. Yeah, no problem, dude. Speaking on lists and everything like that, a bit of good news before again getting into the extra topics. Cabrutus, the man behind the Steam curator page that is pointing out who Sweet Baby is getting involved with and all that. And I definitely suggest go and give him a follow here on YouTube and on Twitter. But he's like he says here, it is with great pride that I say based Valve. But remember, Valve is on Sweet Baby's list of collaborators or whatever. It says, thank you, Valve Software, for respecting your players' freedom of choice. And also thank you, Lord Gabe, for building such an amazing platform for us. We are here to stay. So I guess this was from Steam support. Somebody, the Steam support team saying, hi, no worries. We'll be glad to assist you because we have provided all the information we have for your issue. I'm closing this help request. If you have an unrelated issue, please open a new help request and we will be happy to help you. So basically, they are going to be keeping their Steam page. They're all in the good. So also follow that curator page so you can keep up on the know-hows on what. Ooh, hey, this is doing this to. I was doing that to Static the other night too. But yeah, follow the Steam curator page, and I'll drop the link again. Because hey, for one, the page is blown up. He is now at 243,000
Which is
and 036 followers. So here's
like
the link for this for the Sweet Baby Ink detector. Pretty crazy that it has just blown up because when, like I said, when we were first looking at it, it was at 1,000, and now it's at. Hang on. And then it was like at, what was it, like 7,000, 10,000? I forget what we were at when we looked at it, but now 243,000 is
talking about his subs.
This is, well, it's not his subs, it's just the follower count on the curator page.
I see.
And they're keeping things updated. They've been making sure, kind of revising some of this. It's been really interesting seeing the list either change, evolve, or whatever. But they're staying on top of it, and it's a good page to have followed so you can avoid running into inadvertently giving money to that company. So yeah, I tossed the link in the chat. By all means, go on, give that watch and follow or whatever the heck for it, and keep an eye. Because god dang. And we got Dan Blackroyd, aka Liquid Blake, joining in on the chat saying, then do the Flintstones flop. I don't know if I want to. And he says Gabe loves everyone. Shaka Zulu, how's it going? Saying, hail chat. I am surprised you are awake. I would have figured you would have slept the day away, dude. He was doing a 12-hour stream over early. Yeah, it was part of a 12-hour stream yesterday into today. You mad lad. Yeah. So Star Wars Marvel purist says WOP without papers, derogatory insult to Italians. The Italian and okay. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Like, what is WOP? What the heck are you talking about? I won't say it.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Yeah. But Shock says,
Like
dude, I can't sleep. FML. Oh no. Sorry, what was that?
I was like, I'm Irish, so it's like calling us, the word that rhymes with Rick.
Right. Okay, so before we get into the heavy topics, well, I mean, this is still kind of a heavy thing, but hey, we got a bit of positivity first. Cabrutus is keeping his curator page. The attacks from, what was it, Chris Kindred trying to perform the harassment campaign on his channel failed epically. So, you can't go wrong with that. You gotta love it. We got some early W's, but that does not mean you relax. You keep digging, keep informing, keep on these people, because that you do not get lax. If everybody's on high alert now, you gotta keep it up, because that's gonna be well, hopefully we can have a bit more wins this time around than last. Hey, Fook Norris saying, what's up, Fractured Filter and friends? We're just here doing our thing, getting ready. So, all right. Thursday night, here I am on Static's weekend pregame. We're all having a good laugh. I was there on it with, of course, Shaka Zulu as well. Melee Games, they were there, and we were talking Gamergate and all that jazz. It was a lot of fun. People bringing up old stories and the like. It was a good, fun old time. But afterwards, I just happened to have browsed onto Twitter, and I saw like an RIP Akira Toriyama. I'm like, no fucking way. No.
You found what?
Basically, I saw somebody that said RIP Akira Toriyama. I'm like, this can't be right. This is like one of those like Twitter hoax or something, right? But I then went to the official, the Dragon Ball official over on Twitter, and then saw this. I'll try and hang on, I gotta do this. This letter was posted saying, "Dear friends and partners, we are deeply saddened to inform you that the manga creator Akira Toriyama passed away on March 1st due to acute subdural hematoma. He was in age of 68. It's our deep regret that he still has several works in the middle of creation with great enthusiasm. Also, he would have many more things to achieve. However, he has left many manga titles and works of art to this world. Thanks to the support of so many people around the world, he has been able to continue his creative activities for over 45 years. We hope that Akira Toriyama's unique world of creation continues to be loved by everyone for a long time to come. We inform you this sad news with gratefulness for your kindness during his lifetime. Funeral service was held with his family and very few relatives. Following his wishes for tranquility, we respectfully inform you that we would not accept flowers, condolence gifts, visiting, offerings, and others. Also, we ask you refrain from conducting interviews with his family. Future plan for a commemorate gathering is not decided. We will let you know when it's confirmed. We deeply thank you for your understanding and support as always. Bird Studio Capsule Corporation, Tokyo, March 8th, 2024. So
kick in the pants.
It was a real kick in the pants, and especially started to kind of kick me a little more in the pants the following day when everybody was kind of posting all these great little things. of remembrance and stuff like that. It's rare for me to take a celebrity death kind of like, oh shit, that actually, kind of hits you. But this one kind of did this because for sure, Dragon Ball is a franchise and series that I have loved for a very, very, very long time. It was like for many people here, that got into anime, it was their first. It's
it
what
was
kind
for
of,
me.
yeah, it's what brought a lot of people, and is still very passionately loved, especially by like people south of the border. You can't beat their enthusiasm that they still hold for this series, but between it's like, and it really is just like there's been quite a few mangakas that we've lost over the last few years, but like between Toriyama here and prior to that was for me Kentaro Miura, who did Berserk. Definitely kind of like I said, was a kick in the pants for me too, because that was another big a series that I really just fell in love with and got into.
Well, I think it's probably safe to say, not to cut you off, I think, as friend and brother and all this, I think it probably affects you more because I will attest to everybody that's listening, like Fractured does have a deep love of traditional, proper, I'm going to use those two words, traditional, proper, anime, right? And more so Western anime. Eastern, that's what I said. I was testing you, you passed.
I'm glad
Eastern
I
anime. And but I mean, I can tell you, man, like growing up, like there's nothing beat coming home, at 3:00 from school on a spring or summer evening when the window's open, watching Dragon Ball Z. Like, and I remember how it progressed. You come in, Pokemon was on, and then it would transition to Dragon Ball Z. I'm pretty sure it'd be Pokemon first and Dragon Ball Z, or vice versa. But I remember, no, I think it was Dragon Ball Z first because I'd always catch at the tail end because I'd come home, I'd rush home, and
next time on Dragon Ball Z,
I would, oh my goodness, watching freaking Goku and Vegeta fight for the first time. It was like 6 months. That battle scene was 6 months.
So, I mean, funny thing is that I first remember encountering Dragon Ball on TV, waking up early in the dead of morning. It just happened. Like, I think I was just sleeping in the living room or something. And I used to kind of sleepwalk as a kid, so that might have been why I was out there. TV was on, and I wake up, and it's the episode where Goku, Yamcha, Bulma, Puar, and Oolong have been captured by Pilaf. And it's the first time we see Goku transform into the Great Ape. And that was my first encounter with the series. I was like, what the hell? Like, I was a little kid, but I was like, what is this? What's going on? I kind of lost track for a little bit because it was just kind of one of those things that randomly popped up on TV. I didn't know what channel I was watching it on, but fast forward a little bit. And then, of course, Dragon Ball Z is on TV, but like this is before what are they called? Not Toonami. God, I'm trying to remember who.
It's on Cartoon
later.
Network.
No.
Funimation. No.
Yeah, Funimation. It was before Funimation took over here in the States for doing the dubbing of Dragon Ball Z, and it was originally the Ocean dub, which I don't know how many people are going to be familiar with that version of it, but that was where we got, of course, like the intro song of Rock the Dragon, which for a kid in the 90s, there was a lot, even then, there's still a lot of us that was just kind of muttering and singing along with that in our heads through the day, for those of us that had watched it. And I remember for the longest damn time, we would get to that point where it's on Namek, Goku lands, takes out Rikum, and then he begins the fight with Jason Birder. And then, like, just as things are heating up, they restart the freaking series back to the start of the Saiyan saga with Raditz landing on Earth. And that happened. I don't know how many times we went through that cycle of it just no, like so over 8,000 is the original, yes, from the original manga and original dubbing. Then 9,000 is in the ocean dub. You're right.
8,000 was original.
8,000 is the original. 9,000 is the was kind of then where the meme came from. It's
over 9,000.
Exactly. Yeah. But I remember for the longest damn time, it kept recycling back. I'm like, I want to see the rest of this. And the funny thing was that what dropped too. Oh, I should take pictures and post that on Twitter. Friends of mine and I, I think we connected because of Dragon Ball. There was at the time Any Mayhem cards, which was the Dragon Ball Z card game. And we kind of got some certain stuff spoiled, because then that was where we saw Goten for the first time. We saw Kid Trunks, Future Trunks, and also then we saw Super Saiyan Goku, Super Saiyan Vegeta through some of these cards, because otherwise, like, the series had not progressed to that point. Oh no, we've technically seen Super Saiyan Goku thanks to the intro. But otherwise, like I said, it was just restarting. And then finally, after I don't know how long, but Funimation picked up Dragon Ball Z. They started their dubbing with their new crew and pushed forward going through the rest of the Namek Frieza arc and all of that stuff. So that was the cool part about that. I was iffy on the voice work. It still felt very weird hearing a different Vegeta, hearing a different Goku. But I mean, that it's just where, like, you got this the rest of this story. And funnily enough, for me, we eventually found those channels 71 for us, and it was the international channel. And that was where I got to finally hear and everything the original Japanese version. And they were already further ahead into the Frieza battle, and that was where we even got to see Vegeta die for the first time, getting brutally battered and everything by Frieza, and having that death and everything. And then that was where I just fell in love more with. I preferred certainly the Japanese voice work over
I guess I never watched, like, well, I don't know the difference between dubbed and not dubbed. I've never watched the original, but Vegeta, the guy, I don't know, whoever voiced Vegeta, that's just iconic. He's like, nice plan.
The original, I much preferred the Ocean dub. Brian Drummond, I believe it was, who voiced Vegeta.
Those of us who are dumb.
He had that kind of more raspy. He kind of mimics the Japanese version of Vegeta.
So what's Ocean Dub for those of us that may not know?
So Ocean Dub I think it is I believe a Canadian company that was doing the dubbing for it, but it made it down here into the States for the time. And then eventually, like we got our own, and then they took over. So that's what we got, like a lot of the people that do it today still for a lot of the video games and everything. But the also kind of the big thing with Dragon Ball and stuff like that was, this was kind of where Dragon Ball is kind of where my my passion and everything for and annoyance at censorship started, especially because at the time they had to censor certain things in the anime, like, and mainly for the Ocean Dub at the time. But that's where you saw when Goku first dies to Piccolo's special beam cannon. You saw, like, the whole kind of wavering and everything, and all of these extra little changes of dialogue and stuff like that. And I'm like, this all feels weird. And once the internet started getting a little more popularized and stuff like that, the nerds online were, of course, quickly putting that information out there that, no, this has been altered for the United States version or whatever, for the West version. This is what the original had. Even the original some had like some longer episodes here or there versus the US broadcast, dialogue changes and stuff like that. So that was definitely what, to me, kind of turned me into a purist. So like it was, and I never knew how to find at that in those days. How do I watch the original version? I don't know.
LimeWire.
Even then, even LimeWire and stuff like that didn't quite.
You were
present the opportunity, but
absolutely betting a 50-50 shot of either you're
you were
an
real 50-50
STD
shot.
from
Right.
the LimeWire, or you're getting the, you know, you're just taking a chance. And that's the beauty about LimeWire, because it was like literally Russian. You know, kids today, they may have heard the term Russian roulette, but a perfect example of Russian roulette without the actual gun and a bullet would be LimeWire, because you don't know what you're gonna get. You know it's in there somewhere. The bullet's in there. You just don't know what you're getting until you get it. You know, oh, I miss the days of LimeWire, man. Can we just bring back just MySpace and LimeWire just for nostalgia? Like, here's the thing.
Well, they still technically exist. They're just kind of, they're just not the same way that they used to be. And yeah, Liquid Blade, he says the Vegeta versus Raccoon fight got censored pretty heavily, I think. No blood. That was basically it for a lot of it, was just the no blood. And he says most of the Namek stuff was sanitized a bit. Yes. There was still some, I mean, there's stuff that you just couldn't avoid. And then there was things that, yeah, they did alter here and there. But it was like mainly they basically penciled over the blood and made it black instead of red. Things like that. And oh god, I still the beginning of that whole fight is freaking amazing, especially just for the way he the Drummond just was able to start doing his kind of guttural yell before launching in and attacking Raccoon. I would say the one gripe was definitely like they didn't have the original Japanese score. And for some reason, the Ocean dub hasn't had it. They've kind of just done their own soundtracks, which maybe not a bad thing, but again, the purist in me is like, no, I kind of need to hear it. But they did I think even then, like going back, and I still enjoy just kind of rewatching those scenes from that era, and just kind of getting that. Ooh,
I don't know about you, but I think I mean, I know you referenced Dragon Ball, but like, it'd be fun just to kind of go over like our fondest memories, like the fight scene between like, and maybe
that's
Vegeta and Goku. For whatever reason, that fight, I mean, there's so many greats. I mean, Cell was pretty decent. Majin Buu was really good.
Well, and you have all the real traditional, like, favorite moments for a lot of people. Gohan going Super Saiyan. Going Super Saiyan 2 for the first time is epic. Of course, Goku going Super Saiyan for the first time. I remember
the first time I saw Vegeta use, Vegeta is one of my favorite characters, by the way. But using, his Gallic gun versus Goku's, the Kamehameha. That scene was just. And then obviously the whole planet's
and everything.
The whole planet's supposed to be destroyed. But if you could wrap up season 1 and like, if I could just wrap up season 1 in like a few words, Snake Highway. That's it. That's the whole season.
The whole bit.
21 and a half episodes is him trying to get to King Kai's place.
The funny thing is and I've gone back and rewatched the original era. Yeah. And like, even rewatching it, I don't mind the fillers so much anymore. I've come to appreciate it a little bit, and like, I was rewatching, I'm like, this is still kind of fun. Like, they still found fun and creative ways to pad out the story. Yeah, it's filler. It doesn't add up to, it doesn't like, matter in the long run, but at least there was still some interesting fun to it and everything. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. I did like, so I know that for some it's kind of heresy, but I like when they did Dragon Ball Kai, because that cut out a lot of that and it made it much closer to the manga.
Reference the message.
But But I would say for myself, going back to Dragon Ball original, I mean, just the whole arcs that they go through. I love all the tournament fights that take place.
Oh, for sure.
It definitely was kind of winding to a point where, Goku was basically surpassing everyone while everyone was desperately trying to keep up with him. And you're like, okay, we see where this is kind of going now.
You think that's why
But
they ended it?
the original Dragon Ball run,
Yeah. Well, that and then
going
Dragon Ball
into
Z.
Z.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a combination of that, but also it was just kind of that's what they were going into anyways, was that it's going to begin this new era.
Mhm.
And Toriyama was always influenced by the new things that he watched at the time. So that's why you did see things like, with transformation looks, especially like Frieza looking like a xenomorph alien,
Yeah.
and everything. So he was very much influenced by the stuff that he watched. That was why we got the androids, was because he watched Terminator and stuff like that. So, but I mean, I think that what's great, especially like the very original tournament arc from Dragon Ball, was especially special, because Master Roshi had just trained him and Krillin up, and he himself is entering the tournament, but he's doing it under the disguise of Jackie Chun. And he eventually does, and as they progress through the tournament, and the fight between him and Krillin is also really good, very well animated on top of it. But I like the whole kind of thing that it goes into, because I believe it's Nam, this kind of tall Indian dude, asks Master Roshi, why are you doing this in disguise? Because I forget at the moment if he revealed who he was to Nam or not, but he finds out regardless. And he's like, why are you doing this in disguise? And he tells him is how, it's to basically teach them a lesson, in that, no matter how much they may train and everything, that they will always have newer and greater challenges to keep an eye out for. So while they're tough now, yes, and very talented, they have to keep themselves sharp. And I kind of like that he's trying, through this tournament, he's teaching them this lesson, that there's always that stronger opponent. And that's what really kind of resonates with Goku and keeps with his characters, that he's always then seeking the strongest opponent to keep fighting and keep challenging himself and stuff like that. And that's his main thing, is just he wants to fight the biggest, baddest motherfucker, and just see how much more talented and better he can be than his opponent at times. So but at the same time, I like that, because it's he's kind of humbling them at the same time of yeah, you guys can think you can get to your ego that you're wiping through all these casuals basically, but there's still going to be that stronger, better opponent that could be waiting for you in the wings and ready to, take you out, take your feet right out from under you, sort of thing. So that's what in Dragon Ball itself is just full of a lot of great adventure and stuff like that. And definitely why I've fallen much more in love with it over Z. While I love Z to death, it definitely has a lot of great moments that I've come to just appreciate more and more as time has gone on.
No, I agree. I didn't watch too much of Dragon Ball as much as I did.
If you get the chance, definitely do a good little watch through of it. It's good. Like I said, it's a lot of fun. It's definitely in the early bits, you see a lot of Toriyama's gag manga writing. But then it's that's kind of the fun of it, is you see it evolve and change and then go into this battle manga and everything like that with the tournaments. And the tournaments is where it really just kind of kicks off and goes from there.
I like what I could have done without and I never watched it, but it's like Dragon Ball Gods. Is it Dragon Ball, the new Dragon Ball that's going on?
Of the Gods, the movie.
No, not the movie. Aren't they going out with it? Or no, Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, Super. Yeah, I have my issues with Super.
I think I don't know.
People
Like,
love it, people don't. You know, it's a lot. It's a very
it's kind of
mixed
like
bag,
people
and
who it's kind of like Stargate would be Dragon Ball Z, and Atlantis would be gods. I don't know, or Super. I don't know, but I do have a funny story, by the way, about Atlantis. You'll get a kick out of it, but no, I think I think Dragon Ball Z is just superior. I think it's Vegeta and Piccolo. I mean, you learn life lessons too. And that's the thing. Shows today are just corrupting children.
it's very. I mean, the only thing that you could make is if any of the
Hey, man,
politics
how
that
dare you say
any
that?
of
There's
the
politics
any of the
in
kind of Japanese politics that are mixed in to Dragon Ball are very
subtle.
subtle, and you'd have to like kind of actually go to Toriyama's interviews and see exactly what he was talking about.
I agree with Meteor Advocate Timon, by the way.
Yes, no, I agree. Dragon Ball ended with Z. It's the ending. It's the cutoff. That's where it goes to. I agree 100%. That's yeah.
I wonder what kind of project, because he said that he's working on I wonder what kind of projects were in the works.
So there's
Probably we'll never know. I don't
so
know.
here's the thing. So like it is with the Dragon Ball Super manga that's been going on, it is primarily like drawn by Toyotaro, basically his apprentice, in a sense.
And that's the thing that I like. I don't mean to cut you off.
But
That's the
like the
one thing
thing
that
was too is that like Toriyama would go back over some of his art and make corrections and stuff here and there. But like he did it so that like then Toyotaro would then go over that line art and draw it himself. So it's what's kind of helped him improve and kind of get more into that style as well.
yeah. And that's the one thing you brought up that's interesting is like these people, and I don't know if this is a cultural thing, if this is the East, whatever it is, apprentices. You said
Yes.
it was drawn by his apprentice. Why don't we have that here? Why did George not have an apprentice? And it's like, well, it was funny. No, I'm talking about people that are trained to carry on whatever legacy it is, whatever like whether it be legacy, vision, whatnot, have you. Why is that such a thing in the East and not in the West? I don't get it. And it's not a lack of people wanting it. It's not a fact that like, oh well, that's just how they grew up. No, like we can have them here too. Why is there such a passion? You don't see, and like I said, I've never been to
Well,
Japan.
it's not.
I don't
It
know.
doesn't happen that often, even with Japan. It's only been
Really?
a very few rare
Okay.
occasions that
I
has
just feel like it's just
that I at least
more
that
passion.
I've been aware of, that I've been really aware of. But you aren't wrong. I think the reason for a lot of that is just that people.
Is it culture?
I think it's a cultural thing. I
is it
think
like
it's
a
a thing of like not everybody not, I think it's a matter too of trust. Not everybody's trusting another person to carry on their legacy in any way. So they don't always feel like they can pass it on, I think.
This is what I feel
So
like, and like I said, I've never been to Japan. I've never been to Asia, but I just, in my personal opinion, I feel like they're, and I could be wrong because I'm not there, but I feel like everything. This is a generalized comment, and it's gonna be subjective, but I feel like what they put out is quality over quantity versus the West, where it's just now we live in an age where it's just
yeah,
we're gonna throw crap on a wall to see if it sticks.
money is probably a big determining
Over
factor.
there.
I think like you said, it's a cultural thing. It's also a thing of
Well,
like
look at
they
everything they
still
do
have.
over there, man.
Here's kind of the thing. Like I'd say that unlike ours, which is degraded as a society greatly for respect for elders and
Anything.
stuff like that, or people that came before us. Japan still has that still pretty built in of respecting those that have
Well, my
like establish the role.
Yeah.
So I think of like the people that took on the suitmation acting for Godzilla. Uh, each next person that took over after the other studied the previous generation and built off of that, and then
I
still
agree
made
with
something
you.
that was their own, but they had respect for what came before them, for the person and stuff like that. There's a real lack of respect
No,
for
and it's
people now.
laziness. I'll give you an example, right? And again, I haven't been there, but I've seen videos of people like just take the example of sushi, right? I've seen videos upon videos of people going over to Japan or just over there in general, and everybody is like a sushi master, right? They learn from a sushi master, and they're making this by hand,
Sushi
right?
master, ramen master.
Right.
They
Yes.
do have those. That's
So
true. Yes.
specifically with sushi, so
Well,
play along with me here, right? So they're making it by hand, and it's an art that they've been taught down the line. You go here to the grocery store where they have the sushi department, and they have a machine rolling it, and then those spicers have the audacity to charge you $7, and they're not even
right.
doing it. They put it
They're not even doing
in
it
a machine,
themselves.
and so
Yep.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is like there's a passion, there's a respect. We don't have that here. What a day to be alive here, where there's no passion. We're just gonna throw crap on the wall. Like I just think it's culturally, man, and I think there's a fear
I
of
think there's
letting
a bit
people
of that.
down.
I think there is some of it. It just
Tell
also
me George
depends
couldn't
on
find an apprentice better than felony.
well, and like what Blake here says, corporations own all the IPs. After the creator dies, the property gets sold off,
Does
or
it
the
really?
kids fuck it up. No, he's very correct there. That is usually the case that happens. It's like the kids get it in their hands. And
Dragon Ball Z.
For example of like Lord of the Rings.
Oh, too soon, please. Too soon.
Tolkien had his son passed to his son, who safeguarded the shit out of it as best as possible. But then once he passed away, it went to like his son or something like that, and it's just like they are trying to milk the shit out of it as much as possible instead of having respect and everything for that. So I mean, it can be sometimes passed to good hands, but otherwise sometimes, you know, not everybody's brought up with the same upbringing, not with the same morals and code of respect and stuff like that. So when something very lucrative comes into their hands, and again, to Black Rose's point, when he mentioned money, it immediately goes to that, and they just want to get a quick buck. So I don't know if that's a west east sort of thing, and I think it can happen with anybody.
I think it's a Western thing.
But I just because I feel a little jaded and biased towards towards the West as it is with what I see, I just can't help but go that route. But I don't, like you say, is we don't live in Japan. I haven't seen the culture from the inside, so I can't speak to it.
Episode 200, we're gonna go to Japan. Episode 200. No, I think it's a cultural thing. I think there's a respect, and like I said, like it may sound subjective, but I see it through like food. I see it through, like the samurai. Like samurai swords are amazing, right? To learn how they. I mean, it's an art that's passed down, and you don't have that here. You don't have it here. It's such a shame.
Unless people pick it up as a hobby, and then they can,
for sure. But even then, like, this is like if your dad is a sword maker, well, you're not going to be a doctor. You're going to probably be a sword maker, right? And it's not because they're going to force you. Like there might be a type of the whole like, oh, you got to be with your pet. Like I think there's just a passion for that art, and not to let that legacy diminish and let people down. I could be wrong. This is a Western guy trying to comment on an Eastern culture, but I just from what I see, it's just from the outside in think it's just it's a passion. What was the last bad anime that you saw that was done? Like just bad anime. Like there's bad anime out there, but like
sadly, like because I'm a Berserk
Japanese anime though. I'm talking about
Japanese. Yeah, I'm talking about Japanese proper anime. Unfortunately, like whoever got a hold last of,
I'm talking about Sailor Moon with Justice League or whatever that thing is we watched. Sailor Moon,
the Superman show where he does the Sailor Moon style transformation.
Yeah. Oh,
no. I'm talking about, unfortunately, like for Berserk series, it was like 2020 or something like that. They did a fully like CG animated show, and it was
that after the writer died?
No, he was still around, but I don't know what the problem was with this goddamn show, like why it looked so janky and everything when it first was releasing like on TV. It was very janky, poorly animated. Yes, for the like Blu-ray DVD releases, they corrected a lot of that. Like they went back and touched it up. but like my first impressions of it was uber negative. Like it looked like trash. Like he just like practically like walking stock still on occasions and everything. It was just bad. It is unfortunate. It has kind of proved to me why I don't often watch anime anymore. And I prefer sticking to manga where it's, you know, the original artist in charge of the story, drawing it all out, and I'm more than happy doing that.
Yeah.
Personally.
So what
then otherwise, if I'd go and watch anime, I'll watch older stuff.
like Dragon Ball Z.
Right. Exactly.
You didn't get into Pokemon, did you?
Dude, I was there for the start of it all.
Yeah.
I watched it for a good long while, and I just got annoyed with Ash after he lost his first, when he got to the whole what was it? The whole Pokemon tournament thing. He fucking lost. I'm like, and he was already proving to be fucking worthless. Yeah. So I got a little tired of Ash's shit. And I stopped watching that. And then they just like started spurring it all. But I did like see like the first movie that they did and everything. So I was there for a lot of that. I played red, blue, and yellow. I was Gen 1 all the way. Still am. I still prefer Gen 1. I still like those designs and all that. But I watched that. I watched they were bringing out Monster Rancher. They had out also they started bringing out at a point Digimon. I watched that.
What was it? Yu-Gi-Oh.
There was Yu-Gi-Oh. That was hilarious because of the whole him changing from the young boy Yugi into the Pharaoh Yami.
I used to go to flea markets, and some of the best places to buy the most rare cards. And I say this as a 10-year-old going to a flea market. They could have just been hawking them, and they could have been fake. But I found some legendary Yu-Gi-Oh cards from flea markets. You wouldn't think so?
Nice.
They're probably fake. Every one of them. I'm gonna charge this 10-year-old $25 or $50 for this card.
But then it was thanks to things like Toonami, Cartoon Network, when they had the whole anime Power Hour thing go on.
Oh,
and that's when I got introduced to. For one, we got to watch more Dragon Ball. They were bringing out Funimation's version, so that we were getting more episodes. But then they had on Mobile Suit Gundam, the original. I love that. I love that to this day. And Gundam Wing.
Isn't Gundam like Transformers in this?
No. It's an early mech. Right. I don't believe it's the first mech anime, but it was one of the early ones. But it's great. Like the first one, especially the first series, is really good. The designs are great. Zig Zeon. But that whole hour, that whole time of like anime on Toonami was just phenomenal. They had a bunch of different stuff, and let me see if I can find the intro. Because they had the whole promos for it all. And I don't know if you're gonna remember this at all. I don't know if this was wow, 2000. No, there had been sometime earlier, but it says 2003 promo.
You've only got 55 seconds to get in here.
I don't know if you remember this.
I'm coming already. You don't get back in here.
I heard you the first time.
We're starting without you.
Just open the back door.
Why are you always late?
45 seconds is plenty of time. I'm coming.
Mine is
Every day the same thing.
Look out, coming through.
We've got a show to do here.
It's gonna be close.
was like kind of usually the opener when you got into it. But I mean, there was that. There was then on Cartoon Network as well. We had the Adult Swim, which then that's where.
Robot Chicken.
Oh wait, yeah, Toonami also had Outlaw Star, or was that on Adult Swim?
We're an Adult Swim.
Dang it, if Sheefster was in here, I'd ask him. But yeah,
Should have been.
Cowboy Bebop also was on. That was the Adult Swim, but Outlaw Star. So many other. I mean, there's also. I think that's where also they had Ronin Warriors. In Inuyasha, that was kind of. But Tenchi Muyo. I mean, it was just this whole great era of where they were importing so much anime, and it got so much of us into that genre, and it was great. And like it was too. It was Dragon Ball Z was kind of the leading charge, and just brought a lot of us into it.
Samurai
Great.
Jack. You ever watch
Yu Yu
Samurai Jack?
Hakusho as well. God damn.
Samurai Jack that never spoke.
Well, that was just regular Western animation. That was Gennady Tartakovsky,
Yeah,
who did the Clone Wars series.
I miss Samurai Jack. I thought it was really. Like Samurai Jack and
So yeah,
Robot
R.I.P.
Chicken. Yeah.
R.I.P. Well, that was Adult Swim. Was Robot Chicken.
Oh yes, yeah, okay, yes.
That was later at night and everything. But yeah,
Yeah, because I could not watch that. My parents would not let me watch that.
R.I.P. to Toriyama. You brought a lot of love and joy and introduced so much of us to the anime world, and all the grateful for it. All right, let me get through some of these chats because we let them build up a little bit. Because we're gonna be going back. So Black Red said, "And nothing is heavy as Thor's hammer and Hammond's bush, unless you are worthy to hold it." Yes. Splays Town said, "R.I.P." That's for Toriyama. Peter Avicatomo says, "Probably had a stroke and then bled till the end." Well, the thing is like he was apparently sick. They found out he was sick a year ago, and then it was just unfortunate. March 1st is when he passed away. But in great tradition of the internet, on March 8th, we all rallied and wanted to make it the International Akira Toriyama Day, because Dragon Ball is international in every respects, all throughout the world. There isn't a place where, there wasn't a place where people weren't showing a form of love or respect. It was great. Meter Africa Timon, R.I.P. Legend. F from Shaka Zulu, R.I.P. It was his first as well. Meter Advocate Timon says, Dragon Ball wasn't my first, but it was meaningful. It was. Says, Toriyama was akin to Ditko in the West. He developed his own style of drawing characters and action. He did, and he was kind of an early one that kind of swayed away from some of the styles that was going on at the time. And what's funny is if you look at like some of his artwork and everything outside of what was done with Dr. Slump or Dragon Ball, he was very talented. Like, especially if you see some of the cover work for the manga books, fantastic. And he had a real love for machinery and things like motorcycles and stuff like that. So that's like where some extra details came into that sort of stuff. Really cool, really good stuff. He had he like many have had his own style. Star Wars Marvel Pierce said never got into Dragon Ball. Well, I mean, it's very much a different style to what. I mean, if you are much more of a Marvel person, shonen manga, while kind of similar to Western comics in a way, they have still their own uniqueness to it that doesn't always relate to others. And I get it. And I get, like, there's also a lot of the perceived notion with Dragon Ball Z, especially, of the jokes of talking about, it takes 10 episodes for them to power up just to start fighting. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not unwarranted at times, because that was how they sometimes padded episodes. Was they would take almost they would take an episode or two powering up and everything like that. So especially if you're trying to watch it, it's a bit tough. But I'll always say go read the manga first. Naturally, read through the manga. And I think it could be a great time. But and like it was for Toriyama, he wanted not necessarily for Goku to be a typical hero type. What we got in the anime was them kind of trying to make Goku the traditional hero role, while he was trying to buck that trend a little bit with the character, which is why he's much more this battle focused autist, basically, where he's just like, he has his focus in one direction. He wants to do nothing but improve himself and fight the strongest guy. Not so much the heroics, but that was kind of what came with the nature of the beast of what he ran into. But his supposed intention from interviews was that he was trying to change that a bit. And yeah, we mentioned the 8,000 versus 9,000. Melee K saying, yo, hello, Melee K. Welcome. Got Static in here as well. Hello, sir.
Let's go.
Glad to see you're still alive today. He was also part of that 12-hour stream earlier.
You're next.
He brought out Dan Blackroyd brings up the Vegeta Raccoon fight. Very awesome stuff. Most of it, the most dynamic stuff was sanitized. Likewise, it's back. In Black Belt, how's it going, sir? What up, bro? What up? Dan Blackroyd said Vegeta wrecking Cell with the final flash after tricking him into taking it front on. Love that as Trunks and Krillin freak out. No, that was a great scene too. Vegeta, knowing that Cell has all of the biology built into him of himself and other Saiyan warriors and stuff like that, he knew he could kind of egg on that prideful side of him, and got him to kind of try and tank it until Cell finally realizes, oh shit, this is much more powerful than I can handle right now. Because Vegeta was bringing it. Vegeta caused it. Freaking spaz. Meter Advocate Timon says, what do you think about the episode where Goku goes to get his driver's license? It was a funny little comical episode. It was up Toriyama's alley and I could see he would be the one responsible for a little funny side episode like that. I could see it. Dragon Ball Goku goes from the Monkey King to Superman in Z. That is correct. Yeah, it definitely takes on more of those tones for sure in Z, because of them then introducing the whole, oh, you're actually an alien from outer space. a little silly. And then also too, you come to know Toriyama also forgets a lot of details, so yeah. But yeah, I mean that's where the whole Sun Wukong was, where he got all the inspiration to do. And I think he wanted to kind of do that series, but because of I think it was kind of like a George Lucas situation. He couldn't have the rights or something, so he just turned it into something brand new. He kept the name, but yeah. Dan Blackroyd also said, watch a show called Monkey Magic. It's the best live action version of Dragon Ball you'll ever see. Have you also seen like the there's been like this Chinese play being put on that's doing Dragon Ball Z, and it's insane what they are doing, because it's like actually looking kind of good for a play. Like they're actually like kind of, they've set up like the special effects for the power beams and the auras and everything. It's been pretty nuts. Yeah, Simone with Dragon Ball ended with Dragon Ball Z. 100% agree. That ending is pretty straightforward. It leaves it open a bit-ish, but I believe there's a more definitive ending. that was kind of done with the official or the release of the manga book. But otherwise, Dan Blackred said Super has great moments and it's way better than GT. I'd say that's a bit debatable.
It's a reach.
I
just don't like Super.
Saiyan Scholar really puts a good argument forward for why GT is actually pretty good. I'm still on the side of like Dragon Ball GT has a lot of awesome ideas, interesting concepts, and stuff like that that they unfortunately were not able to fully flesh out, and which could have been really good. I still think, I would take the Super Saiyan 4 concept, idea, and design well over any day Super Saiyan God and Blue and Instinct, whatever for Super. And at least the good thing was about GT was that it starts after the end of Z. So you are in a timeline where you are granted you have the Dragon Balls that are still technically around, but there's at least still a degree of perceived threat because we don't know this story yet. That this is all brand new sort of stuff and outside of itself, or pressing forward with the story. Meanwhile, Super is stuck at the end, in this in between spot of the end of the fight with Majin Buu and the end of Dragon Ball Z. So anything that takes place in between, Goku, Vegeta, and the main crew live. So any perceived threat and stuff like that just isn't there. Even less than sub. I mean, thanks to the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls have been like the big jokes. Like, okay, what threat is there when you can just resurrect everybody with a wish? But you add
Star
that
Wars.
plus then you're in a timeline where in this time frame of that they're supposed to make it to the end. It would have been a lot better if they actually were at the end of Z and taking off from there. Personally, like once I heard that after when they first announced Super, nobody knew, and then they finally started releasing details. Once I started hearing that, I'm like, guys, what the hell? And because of my own, I can't walk away. I've read every chapter of the manga. I did watch the anime, but I just have too many problems with it. And the arcs have not been all that great, unfortunately. Moro had some moments, but like it was just felt like a very much kind of a little bit of a rehash of Cell and Frieza a bit. But I don't know. I'm kind of in between because I like the Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta was very much more fleshed out as a character, as being beyond just trying to surpass Goku, more of like his own self-improvement and stuff like that. And he does do some he has some really weird, not weird, but like, character growth showing that, he's the one when they're fighting Shenron that, he makes the suggestion, let's fuse. He's the one that also is like, Bulma, use this device to turn me into Super Saiyan 4. Old Vegeta never would have done that. So I think that's some really kind of interesting ways of showing Vegeta's kind of gotten to a different place in his life where he doesn't feel he has to compete at least in the same way. And this is more of like, what can he do to make himself stronger? I like the idea that there was consequences in GT for using the Dragon Balls. That's why we got the Dark Star and the eventual destruction of Earth and all of that, because of the overuse of the regular Dragon Balls and how often they were using them, and for whatever reasons. Some were selfish, some weren't, but it was like some of the selfish ones or petty ones or whatever. Especially, I think one was because of Oolong wishing for the panties. I think that idea of the Dragon Balls having a time where it could be corrupted, and because they weren't being used the original intended purpose that Kami wanted him for, which was to be this sort of thing to seek out and everything like that. There's this treasure out there that people wanted, that had to go on this adventure for, versus us like, boom, collected him, we got him. Which is what it kind of turned into, because Bulma had the cheating device to find it all. So I like it. Just some of the executions were not well handled, and unfortunately, yeah, they kind of had a shorter run. They had like only like 64 episodes in a movie. So GT, like I said, I think it had a lot of great ideas. I like the idea with the Tuffles coming back, a little sins of the past sort of thing, coming back to bite the Saiyans in the ass, even though these are no way the same Saiyans that were, other than Vegeta, that were conquering planets for Lord Frieza. But that's just my own thoughts on that. Did you ever watch GT?
I didn't. I was just more of a. I'm trying to remember. I think I've probably seen Dragon Ball, but DBZ was my show.
Was
man.
it?
Like,
Yeah.
It was it. It was what I
Well,
grew
part
up
of what kept
with,
me
and
away from GT too was the animation looked kind of
I just
jank, kind of weird at times. Like the angles weren't right.
I don't know. I just looking at I think if I saw it, because the cover was green, was it not?
If you see the box set, yeah, it's a green
it's
box
green,
set
and
cover.
so if I saw green, I stayed away. If it was orange, I bought it. That's kind of rule of thumb. So I don't know, man. I just don't know how you beat DBZ. Like again, I think what we should probably do is maybe we look at maybe reviewing it, but
it was peak
yeah,
time
man.
for
But it was just wholesome. It was wholesome. It was engaging. Even when when you heard like next time on Dragon Ball Z, you were mad. You're like, no! You're throwing your math.
Yeah, I
book
want more of this episode.
Right? No, you're like you throwing your math book or your history book because you don't want to do the rest of your homework because you want to watch it. But it's like that's the kind of it will never have. You just don't get that like this day and age.
In those days, I was recording it on a blank VHS.
Oh yeah, try to explain that to kids nowadays. What is that?
Yeah, I know.
Is that it? Is that the chemical is that another chemical in weed?
Right.
No, it's THC, not VHS. So, but yeah, man, it was just like, and it kept you on the edge of your seat, and it was just like, even with and I joke around with season 1 because I say 21 episodes with Snake Highway, but it was wholesome. It was funny. I mean, my goodness, Goku could have taken a street sweeper all the way to King Kai. Like he could have got there in 2 episodes, but and they were strategic, and it's just maybe this is nostalgia, but to answer your question, didn't watch GT, just a DBZ guy myself. But I mean, if GT is better than Super, I might consider it. But again, I really wish they would have gone longer than what they did with DBZ. I always make that comment.
Well, I felt like it had a good conclusive ending, but I understand why people were seeking and wanting more. And I can understand why, considering at that point it was like, for Japan, that was the series at that time.
This is the one thing I'd say. This would be the one point in time where I'd say, do not give it to the people. Do not give the people what they want. Keep the show going. The same thing with Stargate.
Well, that was kind of what my eventual thought was on Super. Was like, you know what? Maybe we should have been asking for more.
Right, because now they give you like let there's a point in time where you're like, just let old dogs lie, and then there's another point where it's like, could you have kept going? Like with Stargate, man. Like, and I understand why some of these actors they left, because there's creative differences, but again, it's like you have to have a hierarchy.
For some creative differences, for some wanting to spend time with family, they all had different reasons for stepping away, lessening the capacity, or whatever their time.
Like Stargate, I'm going to tell you this: Stargate, I will say that I think Stargate is one of the shows that could have given SCU a run for their money. I think they could have kept it going.
Yeah,
I honestly do. I think they could have kept it going, and unfortunately, it ended. And now we got Atlantis, and now I wonder if they'll. I wish they would.
And there's a Stargate universe, so
yeah, but you got to be careful, because it's like Bradley was saying. You have Star Trek, and then you have New Trek, and then you have these different universes. Different. You got the different Borgs and different Picards, and then you got a show based just off Picard. So it's like, I don't know if I want them to do another one.
You could maybe bring Richard Dean Anderson back, but he's not. He doesn't look like MacGyver. Fun fact: I found out that because you guys were talking about this, he's actually, if you didn't know, he was MacGyver.
Wow, my mind
Didn't know
is
that.
blown.
Didn't know that, dude. He had a hair dryer, and he had some type. He was the first episode. He had some type of gun. He was hitting it with a rock, and he was making and he shot it to thrust himself off the mountain with his parachute. I was like, now we have to go. Now we have to review MacGyver.
Hey, you know what? I am all for us watching, reviewing whatever old TV shows at this point. I am I'm much more for that because you know what? Anything new that's coming out is most likely this could be full of trash. Let's find stuff that's good, that's old, and
absolutely.
Over that.
Now I'm debating buying it, but here's the funny part: Richard Dean Anderson has the same type. Like he is literally O'Neill in MacGyver. Like, don't even call him MacGyver; just call him O'Neill. 2 L's. Like, and that's what's so funny about it. That's what, like, it's like his person. He's like the Robert Downey Jr., right? Like, no matter what role he does, Robert Downey Jr. is essentially like kind of a narcissistic person, right? Like, just kind of whether it be Sherlock or Iron Man, like Tony Stark, you get what you get. But I may consider start watching MacGyver because now that I know Richard Dean Anderson's in it, and that's the only reason. That's the only reason though I'd watch it is because it's Richard Dean Anderson.
Hey, and then sometimes that's how you find these series is when you get attached to one and you enjoy the actor's performance and stuff like that. You're like, I gotta see what else this person has been in.
I would not have watched Walker Texas Ranger if it wasn't Chuck Norris.
Yep.
So I didn't know if you knew that MacGyver was actually, because I've heard you talk about this and I was like, what is he talking about? O'Neill's not, Richard Dean is not MacGyver. Like MacGyver's MacGyver. O'Neill not played. I asked my dad that. He's like, yeah, you didn't know that? I was like, no. And he's like, you're not my son.
All right. Shock Gazula had said facts 100. I believe that was when you were talking about the cultural differences on the way apprenticeships work and stuff like that. Dan Blackroy, that's when he pointed out money, and then the corporations own all the IPs, then the kids fuck it up. Saying only a handful of people worldwide know how to make stained glass properly. Things are disappearing from the culture. Yes, that's true. Like it is with the whole thing of the apprenticeships and stuff like that. You don't have that going on anymore so much. Nobody's passing on their knowledge to other people to keep these trades alive. It's sad. Meteor Advocate Timon says first season of Kingdom is horrible, then it gets better. I'm not familiar with Kingdom I can think of. And it says Pokemon got old real fast. It kind of did. I stuck in there for a good bit. I saw the first movie that they did with the whole Mewtwo and the cloning and stuff like that. Afterwards, I fell off. And like I said, after the whole first big Pokemon battles, after he collected all the 8 gym badges and he lost like a bitch, like I'm kind of done with this.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Also got old fast. The funny thing is the manga is a lot more interesting at first, like because Yami is this sadistic psycho who challenges these people he either challenges people or then gets challenged by people to play different style of games, and eventually they do get to the whole card game part of it. But like at first it's like these different style of games. And he does like mess people up either mentally or anything like that. And you're just like, what the hell is going on here? Because it's a lot different than the way they started out the anime, I believe, and stuff. I don't know if they ever adapted it properly, but like it was kind of crazy at first.
I blame you, by the way. I don't know if I told you this. I blame you for what happened. So I was at the bookstore and I picked up a manga book and I was trying to read it like a normal book, and I was like, this makes no sense. You didn't realize that it was people were looking at me like, basically looked at me like as an idiot. So I hold you personally responsible for my the idiocracy of me not knowing how to read this book.
Well,
it didn't make any sense. I was like, why?
We all have to learn. We all have to learn someday.
was like, this dude's got a sword through his heart. I was like, this is a terrible way to start a book. Like, what's going on? It was Zelda. It was Zelda book. I was like, I know he didn't die. Like, what is going on?
How did we get here? What happened?
Like,
What's going on?
And why are they paid? Yeah, I was like, this is structured like a comic, but why is he dead? This is not like.
Yeah, you kind of had to go to the opposite side, and then it tells you.
I know
start reading
now.
from here. Yeah.
I'm aware now. I wasn't then. Looking like an idiot trying to read this book. I was like, "Do you understand this? Like, why is he dead?" He's like, "You start on the wrong end." I was like, "Oh." Thank you.
You're welcome. Meteor Advocate Timon said every season was the same with different cards / Pokemon. Basically, yeah. He also said Gundam is the GOAT. Oh yeah, 100%. The original, especially the original Gundam, is great. Dealing much more with the war themes and stuff like. I mean, all the series, all the different like spin-offs and stuff like that are all kind of focused on war and conflict and stuff like that. But it's great. Really, really good. And it's funny because it always seems like the people that are, especially in the original series and the original universe, they have what they call new types, and I feel like they're basically autistic people.
Can you imagine Michael Bay did a Gundam if he got his hands on like Gundam?
No, I don't want that ever.
No.
No.
Oh.
Hey, Forking around. He says hello there. Hello, sir. Welcome.
I think it'd be funny.
And Black Belt said, "R.I.P. Toonami." It was a great time. It was great. I loved it. Meteor Advocate Timon said, "We had Japan stuff since black and white TV. Google National Kid." Oh, okay. I might have to do that. Fuknor says, "I feel like I was already in my upper teens when those shows got popular, and I never watched them. I was a huge Akira and Vampire Hunter D fan, though. I have not watched Akira. I've seen some of Vampire Hunter D. Vampire Hunter D's animation is insane, really good.
Better than Dragon Ball Z?
I need to rewatch it someday. Oh, it's just the details off the charts. Like it's really good. I need to rewatch it one of these days though, because it's been a long time since I've watched that, and I'll have to someday watch Akira. I've seen Ghost in the Shell. I just have not seen Akira. Forking Around says Mexicans are especially upset. Dude, they are crushed. The way they had adopted freaking Dragon Ball Z and everything is on another level entirely. Like, yeah, I blew up here in the West for a while, but like they still cherish that series to this day.
Yeah. It
kind of fell off here. Like it kind of went a bit behind the scenes. Yeah, it still has its popularity here and there in the States, but not like down south. And Black Belt says Dragon Ball is obscenely popular in Mexico and South America in general. Yeah. People on Twitter disrespecting Toriyama or Dragon Ball are getting absolutely shat upon by the Latino community. Rock on,
and
here's the thing, in a different language too.
Yeah, probably.
That's adding insult to injury. You're getting crapped on in a different language.
And sometimes it's combined.
Static said should say LimeWire is back. I believe I saw that. Yeah, but it's just not the same. Not the same. And Black Belt said exactly. Not everything needs to be fucking remade. Jesus Christ. Yep. With you 100% there, dude. Yep. DBC has so much already. Multiple wildly successful series. A stage play for that's what I was talking about. The like Chinese stage play that they're doing looks crazy. Like they did a crazy job with that. And hello, Epic Sands. How are you? Saying GG, Naruto 1, Goku 0. Naruto wins. Bye Goku. Well, that was just uncalled for.
What is all about Naruto? Like I've heard.
Naruto is by Masashi Kishimoto, another person very heavily inspired by Toriyama. Look at Naruto's design for one. His orange jacket and everything is very, the color scheme alone is very reminiscent to Goku.
Mm-hmm.
But basically Naruto is basically Dragon Ball with ninjas. And they get stupid ridiculous with the power scaling, even more so than Dragon Ball initially did. By the end of the series, Naruto and his friend Sasuke are basically gods. It's really retarded. They've tried continuing it with Naruto's son Baruto. It to me, it's like a Dragon Ball Z situation. It ended when it ended. When it ended with the series, they did he had a total 600 chapters or something like that. But that again, they had an end. That was it. It's done. Didn't need to continue it. It's fine. But I especially love the artwork in the early days for Naruto. I much preferred it till I think he switched to digital, and I just did not exactly dig on all of some of the cleaner line art and stuff like that. I think it looked a lot better earlier on when he was first doing it. Wasn't the Beastmaster in the movie, says Fook Norris. Beastmaster. Not sure. He says no, Mark Singer, sorry. Not sure what he's referring to. Sadek saying, I might be too happy picturing Hitman reading a manga backwards in front of the weebs.
Thank you.
Also said, I just saw a tweet about remaking King of the Hill. It's going to suck. Yeah, I Melee K first shared that out, and that's when I saw it, and I'm like, watch them. They'll make the Peggy Hill centric episodes even more insufferable than the originals were. Those are some of the episodes I just could not stand for that show. I love the show overall, but her episodes are just god awful. Meteor Advocate Timon says Naruto and Shippuden are quite good. Watch it with a filler guide. Again, this is another one of those situations where in high school, it was 2002-ish, going into my senior year where it ended in 2003. But I met somebody who she was reading the original manga. So it was all in Japanese, and she was learning Japanese and stuff like that. And that's when I first discovered Naruto. And it was I don't remember how far in it was even at that time. I think it might have been a little bit into the Chunin exams. So I started following it from then on. And it was before it even got localized in the West. So I was already following it. The manga I stuck to. I was then watching. I was really excited for the anime. Once it especially got to the Sasuke rescue arc and had that big battle, but they cheesed the animation so hard that it looked like trash. And I was like, what the fuck are they doing? I was hoping for another Gaara versus Lee fight from the Chunin exams, level of well done animation. But they just didn't have it there for that fight. And I was like, this would have been the big time to do that sort of thing. But I followed the rest of them, but I stopped watching the anime just because of that fact. I just couldn't stand the quality dipping so hard as it did. And I wasn't too big on the fillers. So, I mean, that at that time that's what it was dropping. And I'm watching it subtitled because I'd already sworn off the English dubs because I thought the English voice actress for Naruto sounded like she had smoked a pack of cigarettes before recording every time for Naruto. So I stopped watching and I just stuck to the manga. And I was there for every bit of it. Shippuden I like a lot less. I think prior to that, there's a lot more interesting stuff that took place. And then, like I said, just the power scalings went off the chart once you hit the Shippuden era. There were still parts I really liked, but others, it was just just doesn't have the same weight anymore that I felt like they had originally for some of the old story arcs. And Itachi's my boy. Misunderstood. And fuck Sasuke. He never listened to his older brother like he should have. He tried to tell his little brother what to do. Static says Peggy Hill is absolutely the worst. I mentioned this in a tweet back to Kay. I was just like the one, especially one episode which was insufferable with her. Right, any of the episodes when she was trying to say how good and fluent she was in Spanish, but she was horrible at it. And then when it's the episode when she's taking a school trip down to Mexico, and she thinks she speaks such fluent Spanish. She ends up getting arrested, and Hank does it in a sly or in a coy enough way or whatever to avoid hurting Peggy's feelings, but showing the judge and the people there in charge of this trial, she knows jack all about Spanish, and she's just really horrible at it. And and he still spares her feelings. It's like, you're gonna have to break this news to her at some point that she's a shit at this language and it's getting her into nothing but trouble. But like, yeah, otherwise it was always funny though, because Hank always was kind of the one reeling her back in some ways, and being right, which I don't know if I don't think that might have been their intention at the same time, but that's what I got. Meter Advocate Tomo says Naruto versus Pain is one of the best fights in anime history. Maybe for the anime, I did like the whole like kind of discovery for Jiraiya, discovering how Pain fights, and then what happens with all that. Jiraiya was also my boy. Sasuke and Sakura are selfish assholes. Can't argue. Okay, so now that we've gotten the weeb talk for the most part through, should we get into the what you were certainly passionate about wanting to get into?
I do, and then we can jump into Stargate. Like I said, this is probably going to take multiple. We'll just label this. Oh, for sure. So we'll just label this part 1. And I threw a tweet out, so I don't know if anybody wants to join. But yeah, there's a lot to this, and I don't even honestly know where to start. So I will divert to you. I'll let you set the.
Well, wait. Okay, so what do you mean exactly? So where you want this?
Well, just just kind of a brief synopsis of like what this was.
Okay. So you're talking about the original, the first, the first gamer.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just a brief, so we can go into kind of Sweet Baby Inc. Because I think now the writing is on the wall.
Right. And hey there, Real Wade Nation Gaming. How's it going, dude? Saying hi, Fractured. Hello. Okay, so I'm going to take that tweet that Melee Games posted, James, because he's been definitely a great resource for him and Melee K on Twitter. They are probably among some of the best people that still have some of the old resources and old links to some of this old stuff for information on Gamergate. You can even kind of briefly look over some of the old memes and stuff on Know Your Meme. Just beware, there will be some stuff that's colored to a specific direction. Because like we kind of said in the beginning of all this, they had, maybe before we started the show, these were the people in control of everything. These people are the ones that had the ear of mainstream media. They weren't really listening to us. They were mocking us. They were calling. This is where I first really, I don't know if I'd say I led a sheltered life or anything like that, but I know certainly when I started learning, like for some people raised by single mothers and stuff like that, my mom certainly did not have the chip on her shoulder that a lot of these single parent mothers did, where they all seem to be very much misandrous. They did not like men very much. My mom never really spoke down, and like it was, she wanted to have boys. So that was very much her direction on things, but she never held anything against anybody in such a way that she ever explained to us. Like she told us stories of her life, and I don't know if I've said this on here, but she was a legit boomer. She was born 1950. So she came up through that era where, rampant sexism was there, right? she never spoke very heavily on that, if at all. She never acted like she was victimized or anything like that, or held back by the evil patriarchy. But for myself, for when it came to Gamergate, that's when I first started really hearing some of this terminology, the terminology of patriarchy, the terminology of misogyny, and all this sort of stuff. That the gamers that just wanted these assholes with agendas kicked out and wanted our hobby back. We listen, folks. We just wanted to play video games. We wanted to love and enjoy our video games, our hobby that we had already invested time and money into. And we didn't want these like it is, like and all this like it is. Now I'm just for trying to know a freaking second word to it, but leftist activist types that wanted to turn video games like movies into their new area of propaganda to push their stuff for the alphabet community, for the trans stuff, yada yada yada. We wanted to kick these people out, and yes, the ethics in games journalism, there was that aspect of it too. But overall, there's the big push from a lot of people that wanted just to get these trying to remember the original place these Tumblrettes fucking came from. We wanted to basically send them back packing. But sadly, also thanks to our, quote unquote, our side in the Gamergate community, we had still leftists that were tone policing, and still using words like a lot of the SJW language, like toxic and yada yada. I'll even play Mediker's last message to, and he explains it a little better than I will. But yeah, it was a lot. We saw a lot of that going on, but a lot of the big push was wanting to get these fuckers out from journalism, from development, writing, you name it. But sadly, like it is, a lot of it we were pushing uphill. And a lot of this, a part of it started with a lot of the gamers are dead. Gamers don't need to be your audience, which I think Dev jumped into with that video I sent you with Lee Alexander, with her article. And like I said, I don't know if I said it to you, but I know I've been saying it around, a name from the past that I had forgotten about. Anyway, here is this post here that Melee Games shared with Hitman, I believe, or Hitman retweeted.
Yeah.
From @E_Megas. So an overall history lesson. The first Gamergate was all about people who were either employees of Silverstring Media or had connections to it. In 2013, they had an agenda to turn video game industry into a platform from which only agendaed games and gamification projects for governments or corporations, quote unquote, serious games, could emerge. To bring this about, they used their connections within games journalism, notably the Game Journal Pros mailing list, which was a great one that was discovered, and a real laughing point for a lot of us, because then we just started a lot of people started throwing that in their faces, and it was pretty hilarious. To arrange the narrative that existing gamers were vile, racist, homophobic, sexist, who should be shunned in favor of a better, quote unquote, more general audience. Simultaneous articles were released from a number of outlets with this narrative 1 year later, all in lockstep. Sorry. This was the quote unquote gamers are dead incident that led to 4chan V's discovery of indie developer Chessie Van Valkenburg conflict of interest with games journalism, aka Zoe Quinn. I forgot that that's what she originally called herself. Or I think that's her birth name, and then she started calling herself Zoe Quinn. 5 Guys and Fries.
What's her name? Is it not Zoe Quinn?
I mean, it's now Zoe Quinn. That's her. I guess you could say her professional name.
What's her real name?
Chelsea Van Valkenburg.
Oh.
Yep. This in turn caused gamers who had long-standing grievances with quote-unquote yellow journalism in the industry going back nearly 2 decades to proclaim they had enough. Well, and the thing is too, like, this gamers are dead, but a lot of what kicked off some of this too, like it has been pointed out by myself and Melee Games, is that, you know, a lot of it also started, the precursor was the Gamers Are Entitled articles, which those came out after Mass Effect 3 came out and the lackluster shit ending they put with that game. It was it was a real sour point for a lot of us, and just the mishandling of that game in general. A lot of story plots kind of dropped at that point. The original stuff that they had planned wasn't implemented. And again, like I said, the endings it was just called red, blue, green, pick your ending. Nothing definitive and nothing that felt. Yes, and that was kind of the thing. The BioWare devs mocked people, like, "Oh, well, this isn't your traditional," you know. They acquitted it or compared it to, like, you know, wanting that medal ceremony ending that you got in Star Wars. But, you know, for all the work that you put into the game series, especially if you are making like all the best choices from 1 to 2 and then going into 3, working that game to make sure you're like having all of the war, I think it's like the war bonds or whatever. I would think you would have earned a much better ending than what they gave us. But we were apparently entitled brats for asking for, you know, something of worth, something of quality. How dare we? So yeah, I know I was particularly cheesed on that one because I love Mass Effect. I love that series for a long time, but man, 3 is still a sour point to this day. So continuing on, Gamergate began at the point with the hopes of exposing enough of the truth to force the relevant press outlets to come clean about their undisclosed conflicts of interest and under the table promotion schemes. What they found through their digging was unexpected and not only exposing Silverstring Media's connections to game journalism, but not complete list, extensive corruption within the IGDA. I think it's like the Independent Games Developer Association. Oh no, here we go. He has it right here. And the Independent Game Festival. But yeah, this is like the Independent Games something. I want to say developers something. But the Game Festival awards through rigging results and launching the sales money through Indie Fund, the IGF's promotional fund, links beyond Silverstring to government agencies and NGOs, and links to much larger AAA game companies who were up until that point inscrutable. Gamergate also raised a surprising amount of money for charities along the way, including one who Valkenburg's own newly minted quote-unquote anti-harassment organization vilified and tried to have falsely canceled when she saw them as competition to eliminate. And that was, I think, a fine young capitalist group that was making a game, if I recall. So much information. Gamergate succeeded in its mission when a number of relevant outlets conceded and updated their policies to report conflict of interest. The movement disbanded thereafter, though certain independent operations remain to this day. that was even then considered kind of a light win. Because again, like I said, a lot of what people wanted was to get these sorts completely out of the industry. They weren't completely out. Yes, the games journalists had quote unquote changed their codes and stuff like that to present being more transparent in their associations with people and stuff like that.
It's Hydra.
But yeah, right, exactly.
Quite literally.
Pretty much. Silver String Media, though, continues to exist, but many of its original members appear to have left to form ESG consultation companies belonging to cohorts, quote unquote, of the much larger organization, Baby Ghost, which we went over last week. And funny thing, for anybody that hasn't been to some of our other streams, like when and has maybe seen, I gotta check out Derby Wormy. He's supposed to be dropping a video on this subject too, but Baby Ghost has changed their site and removed some of the companies or ability to see some of those companies that we found last week. So if you want to see some of that list, I have it clipped aside. If you want to see it, it's on this channel and you can find it there. It should have to do with saying weird ghosts and baby ghost baby, or yeah, Baby Ghost. So we did get some juice, get some good little tidbits. Okay, much longer organizations. Baby Ghost, Sweet Baby Inc. belongs to quote unquote cohort 3 of Baby Ghost. It employs at least one person who was associated with Silver String Media and Van Valkenburg. And that's I believe Ghost is the one with Lego butts. I forgot the Felix something. A woman parading as a man. Which that video I sent you, they go over. So for continuing on, this is where we are now. In Sweet Baby's exposure, along with a section of ESG consultant system with regard to video games, has led to questions about censorship and corruption in video games for the sake of fulfilling diversity, equity, and inclusion requirements. That's our DEI, folks. This time, though, these consultation companies are in every sector that finance firms like BlackRock, providing funding to, which means that video games are only one section of a much more massive consultation, quote unquote, grift, which leads inevitably to the organization these finance people belong to, saying the World Economic Forum. Thanks to X, this is general knowledge now. So, quote unquote, Gamergate 2 isn't just a movement about what's happening to Vidya. Sweet Baby is one contained node of a much larger or much more interconnected system of contractors. Thus, engaging in this topic means you ultimately engage the rest of the system. Hence, the things stand to be more difficult this time, and more ops need to be built. Look, I know you people just wanted to play video games in peace, but we've got a lot. So Scratch Point here, also Silver String Media, another company similar to Sweet Baby Inc., in their quote unquote mission to impose their worldview on the creative works of other, framing it as a consulting service. They exist to propagate the soulless modern message trademark wherever possible. And then, yeah, this is some of Silver String Media from the website that Scratch Point grabbed from. Basically, all their consultancy, their team. Let's see. And yeah, I mean, these are some of the people here. And this is the thing, too, that you can do that James of Melee Games kind of pointed out to me. You can go to these sort of companies on their Twitter page, Twitter X page, Twix page, whatever the hell we're calling this place now. Go and see who they are following, because 100% usually, say 90% of the time, that company page is following its employees. So then you can see what their employees are up to and what they are representing in themselves on Twitter. And I know, like, for some people thought Baby Dragon Baby, or whatever the hell, that localization company that we went over, they're like, oh, it's a nothing burger. No. You have to look at their employees. You see the pronouns and bios. You see what they're posting about, because you know they are not separating their personal from their workplace. They are bringing that into their workplace. So yes, there's red flags that you have to keep an eye out for. Like Dan Blackroyd just said, evil doesn't die, it changes shape. And they have different shapes that they take, and they insidiously infect these different industries and are trying to mold and change all of it to fit, again, like they've been just talking about, their own worldview. So I definitely think that's kind of a brief little rundown for that, for sure. So you do you have any questions or anything you wanted to shoot for, Hitman? As I'm
Well, so I guess what was this Zoe Quinn or Van Dyke?
what?
girl,
Just go with Zoe Quinn, yeah.
Zoe Quinn. In what capacity was she involved in the game? Like, was she a game creator? Was she just
Yes, she
Like, 'cause-
created, quote unquote, a game. Hang on, let me kind of
Because if I understood what Dead was explaining, and Melee, James, and Kay were on there, she was making a game and then sleeping with the judges to get.
yeah,
her
she'd
game
had
to
a
win?
personal relationship with, I believe,
Plural
some of the
relationship.
judges, and then it's mainly her relationship with
The dude with the pink hair.
the Kotaku writer Nathan Grayson, and that's where a lot of that stuff popped off. But like, it was because a lot of it was people discovering just what she had been up to.
Are these relationships, or she's doing like
So
fake
yeah, so she was
or-
so what got her attention through the games journalist was she was trying to push her game Depression Quest, which was just, if I recall correctly, was like basically a text adventure game of some sorts. It was very bad, very lazy, very shit. That if it wasn't for the fact that her boyfriend Aaron Jeudy of the time did what is now referred to as the Zoe post, exposing her relationship with multiple people that she cheated on him with, but also that had to do with a lot of people that were big names in games journalism. In particular, again, Nathan Grayson. That was part of Kotaku and gave her favorable press, all to promote herself, promote her game, and stuff like that. She was what I've heard about Kamala Harris, kind of the Kamala Harris of gaming.
She was basically sleeping with these dudes to get her game. Either she's
Propped
sleeping
up
with
and
her dudes,
elevated and stuff like
propped up,
that, for
elevated,
sure.
and then
Yeah, and she took part in a game developer
same
competition
time.
thing that she tried getting certain people eliminated out of the
She was
competition.
dating these guys every day of the week.
It sounded like it, yeah.
So why the term Gamers Gate? Is it because these guys were? Is it like Deflate Gate and Watergate?
Okay,
like
so I mean, okay, so the way the name Gamergate came about was, this whole push for ethics in games journalism and the corruption within the games industry as a whole, but the game journalism side, the corruption in it and stuff like that. It was, funnily enough,
was this before or after game? This was before or after Game Informer, because I used to read Game Informer and thought they were pretty reputable. Are they not?
It was around. I mean, Game Informer had been around for so long, but they were still around at the time. But this was at the time. But what happened was actor Adam, I'm not a Baldwin, who was on Firefly, that played Jane Cobb in that series, but he was the one that had, I don't remember how he caught wind of Gamergate, but he found out what was going on with that whole situation, and he equated it, to Watergate. And he's like, well, this is kind of the same thing with this corruption and everything like that. And he coined the term Gamergate. And thus the movement was given its name.
But what got infiltrated first, the gaming industry or the journalism? And I guess is it
that's a good question.
Because my understanding about Gamersgate was every year there was this, I don't know, I'm not gonna get it right, but this contest to create a game, and then Zoe Quinn was somehow
there
involved.
was that competition, yes, that she was a part of, tried to get
And
somebody
then
canceled from it. I believe
probably one of the dudes she
unsuccessfully.
slept with.
No, this was John Tron, and so I don't believe she fucked him or tried to fuck him. But she tried to get like people from her own team eliminated, if I remember correct. It was a real shady shit show. But
has she thus left the country? Has she thus? I mean, has she left the country since?
I have not checked her current whereabouts. I don't care. I would willing to bet she's still in the United States.
Here's my question. So if this happened, Gamersgate 2014, are we so stupid? Not we, but are we so stupid enough to let this happen again with Sweet Baby Inc? Because it seems like Sweet Baby Inc isn't necessarily a gaming company, but they're a journalistic company. Is that
no? Sweet Baby Inc is a games associated company, and I guess I'd go with kind of what Meter Advocate Timon here said. He said journalism first, then devs. I don't know. I would maybe say equal to, if not maybe development first.
Because I don't know if it was Dev or Melee James or somebody said that this girl was basically doing sex favors for people.
Yes, sex for favors.
Right.
So those videos, those were great.
Yeah, but like, is this happening again with? So when you say a gaming associated company, what does that mean?
So you remember how we went over the whole thing of Anita Sarkeesian, quote unquote,
I do, yes.
retiring from the industry and what she was doing and all that sort of crap.
Hopefully,
I believe I stressed the point of her potentially returning in some way or another, or at all. Like, she isn't really gone.
Right. Hydra.
I'd say to a degree, I was technically right. She hasn't technically. She inspired, I'd say, the idea of things like Sweet Baby Inc. that are quote unquote consultant firms.
I would be surprised if that's her own company, a shell company.
I don't believe she has anything. Nobody's linked her directly to, other than maybe light associations with some people. But I believe she's actually kind of out of this. It's mainly been Zoe Quinn that has had ties to people to either Sweet Baby Inc. or Weird Ghosts, either of the two. But no, so Zoe Quinn, when after or during the Gamergate era, she was basically touted around to different game studios as a quote unquote consultant to bring in to, again, help with their games, to have more accurate and proper representation of women in games and all this sort of shit, all this horse shit. So she was kind of the proto Sweet Baby Inc. And hey, once she decides to bail out, what better time than for this company to come along? But I think I said this on Static Show. It's just basically like this company comes in just to basically reaffirm these devs who are already in lockstep to do this sort of crap. So all this is this kind of like, either it could just be them reaffirming them of, yes, you're doing the right job, good for you, or they actually are, because some of these game studios are trying to collect on that ESG money from government grants and stuff like that, to, yes, bring them in and go, hey, look, we've brought in this company to help with our ESG score and all of that, much like a social credit system. But that aside, they can say we've brought these people in, that helps get their funding, extra money, whatever. But then it also means that they bring in these consultants to work on their games. Some have been shown to be actual head writers on the game on some games that have been listed with them, and and yeah, so sorry. So yeah, that's basically part of it. Is just that they are brought in to do this sort of stuff.
So they're
And yes,
worthless.
to make better representation of POCs and women and stuff like that.
So they're worthless. I mean, they're a worthless company to begin with, but they're actually just worthless.
They're even more worthless than we already thought. Yeah. And what gets dark though, especially when it comes to Miss Quinn, is hang on, let me just kind of zoom out a bit. Hope you're still listening. Somebody did present this nice little chart here. And this is again, there's still a lot of questions about all this, but so there is a romantic relationship here between Zoe Quinn and Alec Halawaka, who helped develop her indie game Depression Quest. And he'd also formed, oh god, what was the company? Static, if you can remember, if you are in the chat and can remind me of the company that he founded. But so what ended up happening is, yeah, Zoe Quinn made false sexual assault allegations against him, and that's the life ruination thing. You aren't you can't walk. It's hard to try and shrug off or tell him to fuck off, sort of thing, when you've got allegations like that levied against you. So unfortunately for him, he did take his own life. As it says here, he commits suicide on August 31st, 2019. He has a sister, Eileen Mary Halawaka, and she ends up helping found this company, the company that we talked about last week, helps found Weird Ghosts on October 30th, 2021. And she herself has a connection with Zoe Quinn, but then is also helps found Baby Ghost on October 31st, 2023, which is a company that is linked with Weird Ghosts, who helps with grants in Canada. That is also then thank you, Static, Infinite Ammo. He had created Infinite Ammo. There's still a lot of questions about how what that company could have done to warrant so much money that went to his sister, which is just dark because she danced on his corpse. But yeah, they help to fund something like the Baby Ghosts, which again is in partnership with the Canadian government through their grants and stuff like that. Which helps found Baby Ghosts October 31st, 2023. Just last year, folks. These people are still, creating and building this sort of junk. But Weird Ghosts did, in cooperation or whatever with the subsidiary of Baby Ghosts, also has given funding to Sweet Baby Inc., who then Sweet Baby Inc. worked on games like Alan Wake 2, Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, and of course the most infamous right now, Suicide Squad. Funnily enough, Ragnarok gets a pass because for whatever reason, gameplay, mechanics, I don't know, but certain people within your favorite communities, like geeks and gamers and stuff like that, have looked fondly upon this game. There's been kind of a split here on Spider-Man 2 again. But I do have to kind of take maybe. But still people bought it. People still bought it. And then Alan Wake 2, which I feel like has been really kind of, even though it won its awards that it did, has kind of fallen quickly out of the eye a bit. But even some people can attest that game was pretty paused. But I mean, most famously right now is just the damage that has been done thanks to Suicide Squad. Thank you, you dumb shits over at Warner Brothers, which, hey, congrats, people, for going and seeing their movies like Dune 2.
Which was trash, from what I heard.
I'm being a bit of a cheap shot there, but yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's part of WB. They endorsed this game, funded it, you name it. It is part of their system. The fact that, people, I understand you want entertainment, but you know what? We have decades worth of old entertainment that you probably haven't watched or played. Take part in that much more. Anyway, that is certainly those connections there. Which that I found that thanks to thanks to Dermy Wormy. He quote tweeted that whole little diagram thing, and he also said, here, let me hold up. And he says, you are missing the second group that helped fund everything, Gamma Space, which is connected to the second founder of Weird Ghost, Jenny Robinson. Jenny Robinson Faber. Gamma Space event actually gets money from the Canadian government through their investment reading program. And that was also thanks to Nerd Wars that passed along information to me about that, how the Canadian government is helping fund some of this stuff as well. It's getting bonkers, dudes. This is why it's definitely got to be speaking of Dan Blackroyd saying, congrats for buying Hogwarts Legacy in spite. Yes. I said it before, the game was going to make money, unfortunately, regardless, thanks to the normie Potter fans and shit like that. But the encouragement and everything that came from, quote unquote, this side was not helpful at all. Not at all. So, hey, congrats, patting J.K. Rowling's coffers just that little bit more. Static also says, yeah, that Hogwarts shit was retarded. And I was having this discussion with somebody too. The whole concept of, well, how can you know it's bad if nobody buys to review the game? And I wish I had brought this point up, but we kind of cut things off. But I've been thinking about it, and it's just like, well, here's the thing. To make, I would say, even a bigger stance, yes, as I've said before, research. Make sure you know who these companies are, what they're part of, who they're dealing with, what they represent, and also make that informed decision from there on whether or not to purchase that game. Also, I think it's going to partly take, yes, your big YouTubers and stuff like that do just put their foot down and say, you know what? No, I'm not buying these games. And I think this is where still the research part of it comes in. These are from horrible companies that hate us. I know you want my review from it, but you know what? If we want to send a bigger message, then that's not buying it, not streaming it,
what's this whole
not
saying?
playing it.
Any
you name
publicity
it.
is good publicity.
Absolutely. I'm not against like the idea of like talking about some of the press around it. Fine. But when you start playing it, streaming it multiple times, going back to it, yes, making a rant I may agree with, but being a spaz about it.
About babyface or
I'm having a little fun with this. But then still go back and play the game and everything like that. That diminishes the message and everything that you want to send to these people. Because like you say, PR, any PR is good PR, basically. Whether or not some of these people do influence whether or not people purchase their game, I wouldn't doubt it. Like within their own communities, sure.
I just don't know how Sweet Baby Inc.'s getting money, because again, it boggles my mind. You say they're a gaming associated company, so it's like, how are they getting grants from like BlackRock to push ESG
either
are they-
BlackRock or within their own government itself, either
And then
the
they're
U.S.
just
government
they're
or
like a liaison to like BlackRock, like go out and make sure these companies like go.
well, there's a so this is
I
gonna be
just don't
kind of the
understand how
thing.
they're a
We have a
company.
lot we have to get through.
I know.
This is-
They'll say
no,
this
I,
for
no,
later
no,
down the
I
road.
don't just mean like, in terms of what we're trying to talk about tonight. Even I just mean in terms of like there is a big money trail that is going on with all of these companies that we are only just starting to crack the surface on.
It's like if you want to know,
It
corruption,
runs
follow the
deep.
money.
Yeah, exactly. Follow the money trail. So it's
So okay,
unfortunately
so for
just
sake of argument, we've established the two things we've established. Zoe Quinn is not Zoe Quinn, and she has messed around with 5 different guys for the
and as
sake
we
of-
learned during Gamergate, she was one of the suicide girls too, which she did some topless shots.
Wonderful. So we've established who Zoe Quinn is and the 5 dudes that she messed around with,
Yeah, and then some apparently.
and then some. And then we've established that Sweet Baby Inc. is a gaming associated company that is solely responsible for pushing ESG to other gaming companies.
Correct.
And how that's an actual company, I have no idea. But I guess anybody could just make a company. I guess you and I could start an LLC. We could say Saturday Night Sith LLC and have no business statement or model or whatnot.
Our business is to give the gaming industry.
So
the
are these guys
giant
and
middle
then does
finger.
Sweet Baby Inc. get paid based off how many games are sold, or do they get paid or do they get just paid because of the grant? Like we'll get
So,
into this, but like
yeah,
these are
so that's
questions
gonna
I'm
be
going to
some.
start.
Those are some great questions. I don't know. Those are certainly some things that maybe, hey, if you're able to start digging, man.
Oh
Because that's very good thing to kind of go, well, okay, so what are they? And that's been the question that we've brought up. Is that how much are they working on these games? And I believe we've brought this up before. How much are they really involved with these games, or are they just like kind of PR companies, kind of like Dan Blackwright says there?
I wonder if they're producing the software.
But well, and it comes to and we found that with some of these companies, some of these games, they've been lead writers on for some games, but it's not all of the games. Like some of them are just coming in and maybe, like I said, maybe giving some tips or tricks here and there or whatever, and maybe just coming in and going, "You're doing a great job." Like I said, just reaffirming that they are doing what they're quote unquote supposed to be doing. So, how much involvement is now kind of the next question I think we need to start finding out. How many people are they putting in to actually write the games, to actually help develop aspects of in-game content, from the clothing to the downloadable content to this, that, or the other thing? What is it exactly? Because I think once we have a clear picture, that gives us even more ammunition against Sweet Baby that can be levied against than all of these groups.
Yeah. I'm gonna do some check-in and like I said, if there's anybody else that I want to get to the bottom of this. I don't know if we'll ever get to the bottom of this, but I think we can make this like a multiple part. Like there's going to be obviously multiple parts to this, and it's going to take the next I don't know how many shows, and I'm dedicated to continuing to talk about it. This is something like I've never.
Well, we
I
got
didn't hear
so
about this.
much.
I didn't hear about this. I didn't know about this. I had no idea that like the amount of unethical that these unethical links were gone. Like basically, it's like I just yeah, man. Like I want my game to win, so I'll sleep with you to do it. But I'm also going to sleep with you so you can give me a good article. It's just mind blowing, man. So I'm gonna start doing some digging, and yeah, I bet you Zoe Quinn is in Switzerland.
I like I said, I couldn't tell you
some non-extradition country, because boy howdy, if there's any way to, I won't go there, but yeah.
Let's see. Static said I can see both sides of the argument. I can too. I get it. I do. But I think it would make a much bigger stance to just say fuck it And that's why I like doing what I'm doing. I love playing older games. I love going back to older games and playing them versus getting so wrapped up in the new stuff. Like it is, I've been playing Helldivers 2 with people. It's been a lot of fun. As far as we know, no, it does not actually have links to Sweet Baby Inc. So that was kind of a muddy situation that we talked about last
You
week.
almost have to. Is it safe to bet that any game going forward that's released has some type of affiliation with Sweet Baby Inc?
There's
Whether
a,
it be
there's a
Xbox,
possibility.
PS5.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter the platform because games can be ported to multiple platforms, one platform.
But does that
or
mean that
whatever?
does that mean PlayStation and Microsoft are in bed with Sweet Baby Inc. and the ESG?
I mean,
Does everything revolve around the CSG? As we dive into this, does everything revolve around ESG?
Yes.
And is Microsoft,
Because that is what
and
a lot of
PlayStation-
so that is like a lot of what the U.S. government in particular is helping fund for a lot of people. Supposedly for some companies in Japan, they have been they've been trying to push out. Some have pushed out the ESG thrust, but we have seen in Poland, CD Projekt Red fully embracing ESG and everything like that. So it seems to depend also just on the companies who decide to adopt it or not. But I would just say in terms of like companies in the US, sadly, expect it. It's probably there. One way or another. Unless they are really fervent of like, no, we have given them the finger and everything of the sort. So yeah.
Very interesting. That you remember we did a couple. I'm not saying it's a couple, but I'm going to say for sake of argument, a couple shows ago when we were doing how Microsoft said that they were now going to moderate their chat and everything. And I think if ever it probably no connection or parallel, but it's like, can you imagine if you were in a game lobby and was like, oh yes, F all this ESG and Sweet Baby Inc. and Stargate's a bunch of, or not Stargate, I'm sorry, was it the game that your Chiefs are played? Starfield.
Oh,
Talking track on
Starfield.
Starfield and all this and that. I just wonder like what would happen. If you could say like screw the Cowboys, like it'd be fine. But if you're like screw ESG or something like that, then you would get immediately.
Well, and I
blocked.
think you brought this up too, is that people need to kind of make that stance like they did against Bud Light or whatever.
Oh yeah,
that seemed to have taken a bit of, and that's where you gotta think, you gotta vote with your wallet and decide not to.
But you got to make the stance and you got to be committed.
Yeah.
It's one thing like everybody can talk a big game, but what it comes down to is, are you going to put your money where your mouth is? Right? Are you going to go out there and actually do that?
Yep.
Boycott it, right? But I mean,
Absolutely.
Everybody can talk big, but it's like, are you willing to put in the time and the effort to do that? That's the thing, man. Like we can sit here and say like, oh yeah, I want the gaming industry to burn and all this and that, and I hate it. And then I can go to the store tomorrow and buy Microsoft
and buy the next game, buy the next console or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, but again,
no, I hear you, man. I hear you.
So it's like, and they make it to the where it's like, ultimately they hold the cards, man, and it's like you got to figure out how you're gonna it's like trying to beat the house, man. So how can you do it? Well, the best way to beat the house is not to play against the house and let them, wallow in
themselves in the foot.
Literally, don't play against the house. You're not gonna beat the house, man. And they're established. Like nobody's like the reality of it, man, is nobody's gonna stop playing games. Nobody's gonna stop playing. Nobody's gonna stop buying Xboxes. Nobody's gonna stop buying PS5s. I think Nintendo is probably the safest company. Like if I said continue to gaming, I would probably go Nintendo because I feel like Japanese are no nonsense. Like there's probably shenanigans.
Well, I mean, we did see Square Enix is on Sweet Baby Inc.'s list,
which is crazy. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to believe it. But I guess what I'm saying is I feel like with the Japanese, there's no nonsense. They've done everything they can to kind of keep. And again, I don't know how the Japanese government operates, but maybe Nintendo's a better, like Japanese companies are like no nonsense. Like we're not gonna. My goodness, they tried to implement that with like Dragon Ball Z or the Mario movie. And they're like, no, you're not gonna make this a progressive liberal woke BS movie. You're not gonna insert that homosexuality in this movie. Like you're not gonna do it, right? And
as Folk Norris here says, stop fucking pre-ordering. I agree.
Yeah,
And yeah,
man.
I know Valve is, and we brought that up earlier because Cabrutus, his Steam creator group
What is
that
Valve? Is that like Steam?
that's Valve is the main company in charge of Steam.
Are they good or not good?
Well, like it is. Valve is on the client list for Sweet Baby Inc. Like I am trying to say,
Does that
though,
mean
is
Steam is?
Cabrutus did get his Steam curator page allowed to stay on.
So hold on.
The
So
thing
Valve
is
the
that
main
we are
company.
still trying to figure out how much. See, this is the kind of the thing we're still trying to figure out just how much continued connectivity Sweet Baby has to these companies. How much are they still influencing not only games, but yes, in terms of for Valve
Steam's the
with
platform.
Steam, how much are they influencing that platform? Right. Valve is a platform of which you can purchase games from, sell items, even and put mods
Is it
up and
separate
stuff
than
like that.
Steam though? Because I buy my stuff. I mean, you turned me on to Steam, and I've got Steam card. I have a Steam account. That's where I bought the.
Right.
I bought some. So that's where I
So
bought Coach One and
like
everything.
I said, there's still a lot of stuff we are all trying to figure out with this right now.
You know what my gut's telling me is somehow they're going, like, Sweet Baby Inc. is going to try to get their hands on every single cookie jar, and it's going to be inevitable. It's going to come to a point in time where no matter what you buy, you can try. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, they're going to have their hands in every type of pot, and no matter what pot you decide to take from, you're going to somehow be giving them your money. It may not be 90%, 80%, 10%, but I feel like they're going to infiltrate.
Right.
I could be wrong, man.
No,
I just feel
and sadly, Steam has shown to already be kind of subverted because of some games have been kicked off the list or removed from the
look at it from
gaming
their point of
purchase
view.
list. So keep it. This is where it's important. Like, check out Melee Games.
How do you prevent a boycott? How do you prevent the financial repercussions of a boycott? You buy it, like, you essentially buy everything. You get your hand, like, so okay. So if you're gonna, if let's say the major, let's say BlackRock, for instance, owned Anheuser-Busch, right, and they pushed all this, whatever the agenda happened, and people boycotted Anheuser-Busch. Well, what if BlackRock is like, okay, well, you're gonna not buy this, but I still own this other beer company, right? So I'm still making. I don't know. That may have been a poor example, but I think that if you are going to say, well, okay, we're privy to Sweet Baby Inc., we're not going to buy these games, we're going to buy these other games, and then they, unbeknownst to us, own these games, or somehow, you know what I mean, that can take a cut from buying these games. I don't like Steam. It's like, they get 30%. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's not a lot better in my head, but basically what I'm trying to say is Sweet Baby Inc. is going to infiltrate every aspect of the gaming industry, and no matter what you buy,
if not
or who you
them,
buy it from,
Ghost Baby,
right.
whomever these other groups are. That's why, yes, constant vigilance is needed. We need to all keep aware, keep an eye on this industry, see what's going on.
You're not going to beat them. You'll never beat them, even if you want to burn them to the ground. They're literally
well, not with that attitude, damn it.
No, it's like remove one head until it rises from the ashes. Like, it's literally freaking Hydra from Marvel. They stole it from Marvel.
Or like, Marvel got it from them.
Probably, but you cut one head off to show up.
No, I mean,
you cut
like,
two for gonna. It's like, until you. This is an idol, not idolatry. What is the word I'm trying to? This is a mindset. It's not a mindset. It's a. They're pushing a. What is it? Ideology. This is an idea. What it comes down to is an ideology. The only way you're going to beat an ideology is with an opposing ideology, right? So they're pushing all of this woke, liberal, BS nonsense, progressive crap. And yeah, like Zach said, have to follow the money trail. I think that's absolutely 100% accurate. But the only way you're going to beat it is to have an opposing view, and that's where we come in and try to oppose that view. But we're not going to. You're not going
to. It's opposing it. It's providing resources, providing information that people.
But people have to want to see it. They're gonna have to, like, literally, like, wake up and see it, and that's the thing. Nobody's going to be like, well. So here are your options. You either boycott the gaming industry and play older games, if you will, but you either boycott them, and not play, or you just are like, well, I don't agree with them, but I'm just gonna be complacent. I'm gonna play them, right? But nobody's
Right.
gonna give up gaming. Nobody's gonna like, I'm not gonna play my Xbox. I'm a hypocrite. I'm not gonna like, I saw my Xbox. Do I play new games? No. The newest game I've ever played was Modern Warfare. Right? Literally. I didn't play I didn't play Survivor. I don't buy any games because you want to know why? Because the last great game that I played on Microsoft was Gears of War. Gears 5 was a little trash, but the Gears of War franchise, that was the last game.
I may have to send you a video then from Lethal Lightning. He did a quite compelling video on Gears of War that you might like.
Yeah.
I'll have to send it to you.
But that's your option. Nobody's gonna give up their gaming.
No, and that's why I've said this in the past, and I agreed with another YouTube creator, Ross Scott over at Accursed Farms. He said that gamers are the worst at boycotting at all, and
For sure.
all it can be about though is at least just
At best,
it's again just a best at thinking with voting with your wallet, and just also just spreading as much information as you can. And that's why I myself have tried to I'll drip information to people in the real world outside of the internet, because sometimes that's where you also have to make that extra impact of talking to another human being
the problem
beyond the screen. Be like, and it's kind of giving the information to them, and just to kind of like, oh, hey, did you know
the problem
this,
is that
this and this sort of situation, and sometimes people will either listen or they'll kind of tune you out because they're like, I don't care. But for some, it sinks through.
It's the younger generation. It's not you and I's generation. It's not the generation before us or I'm sorry, after it. It's not the generation before us or our generation. It's the younger generation, because of why? That's why I said it's an an ideology.
Right.
These kids think it's perfectly fine to think that they can turn into a T-Rex. They can identify as a T-Rex. Well, I have short arms. I can be a T-Rex. Or I'm a boy, but I can, the TV says I can be a girl. Like, this is like I've told you, this Luciferian, like, this is just, it's ideology. And I'm going to get into, we should do a whole segment on this, but that's the problem. And you're not going to convince these kids to the contrary. That's the problem.
And Blackroyd hit it right on the head with this. He says, most gamers have short memories and no backbone to put up the middle finger to the developers. And
well, it's a monopoly too, because if you think how hard is it to develop a game? How hard is it to develop a game?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I do not like, I do not take the idea of game development lightly. Yes, there are a lot of tools that have made it very easy, but for some things, there are talented artists that put in work for textures, put in work for some things. I respect the industry. I respect what is done, but I can't. I don't have respect for certainly some of the people that what they output.
Let me ask you this:
for what goes into the work for making some of these games, and that's why for Gamergate, yes, there were some game development stuff that was trying to come up around that time to help with support and stuff like that. But sadly, because it requires much more time, much more money to develop the game than it does for developing a comic book.
What did you just say? What's the M word you just said? What's the M word you just said? The M word you just said. What did you just say? Money.
Money.
You said money. So let's say you and I make a game. You and I make a game, right? How, even if we made a game, are we gonna get it past? Are we gonna be able to get it on the shelves? Are they gonna make it so hard for a company or to how do I want to say this without sounding like an idiot? So like you and I make a game, but these this industry, there's a monopoly on it. They're not going to let us put a game on the shelf. They're going to make it impossible.
No, not necessarily. But here's the thing: the landscape has changed drastically. So you do have alternative ways of putting your game out and still getting attention to it. So you can try and go through a platform like say Steam, or again, you can build your own website, make it nice and presentable enough, and sell your game off of there. There have been people with like, trying trying to remember some of the games. I think it's like
But is Microsoft
Foundry,
and PlayStation gonna
well,
pick it
Foundry
up?
and stuff like
yeah.
that have people have put it on their websites and continually to update them, but they sell them direct. So there's and then some games are indie games, yes, that get attention through lay YouTubers. Like it fucking Five Nights at Freddy's and shit like that got popular thanks to YouTube. As some people have started calling some things their YouTuber bait. Static. He said, "Oh, I thought he was asking for you to say the N-word. Don't tempt me." And Blackroyd said, "The last game I pre-ordered was Metal Gear Solid 5, and I regret it." Oh, Blackroyd, Liquid Blake, I am right there with you, dude. I think that was one of the last games I pre-ordered as well. Fuck you, Kojima, you spastic, autistic artist up your own ass wanker. I was so hyped for that game too. But I've learned my lessons.
So you're telling me, so basically, I guess in conclusion, you're telling me that you and I can create a game and it is gonna they're not gonna make it impossible for us to get it onto the shelves. We have to go through. You're saying we can get on Steam and somebody can buy it, but like
I'm
Microsoft
saying so yeah, like I mean, if you want to sell like a physical copy, I do believe there are alternative ways to go about it. It will be very much it will be very difficult. Yes, I'm not saying it's gonna be easier, but I'm just saying there all are alternative routes you can take to do that.
Yeah. I don't trust them. I think they're all just crap bastards, and it's going to make it impossible for anybody. They're going to crush the rebellion. Even if a rebellion is, if a flame is lit, sparked the flame, and a rebellion started, I just don't think it's going to go away, because at the end of the day, it's not the company that's the issue. It's I keep getting that word mixed up. It's the ideology. It's the belief.
Right.
It's the agenda that they're pushing. That's the enemy. That's the problem. It's not the company. The company is just a vessel in which the powers that be are using. The spirit of the age is using, right? So, I just find it the only way to fight it is with an opposing ideology, and that takes time, and it takes people to see it. And these kids, like, they don't care. They just care about Fortnite. They just care about, Friday Night at Freddy's. Like, they don't care about like what's going on. They just want to play a game. And that's the sad nature of it. You and I were blessed to grow up in the era that we grew up in the generation that have, the upbringing that we had.
Very fortunate.
For sure. But these kids now, it's like, what, like it's like you damn kid with your hula hoop and
the video game, Ziva.
That's who I feel like talking to these young kids. Man. So I think this is something I want to kind of delve into. We'll do it. I'm not going to put I mean, you're the main guy. You can decide how many shows we do this on. But I think to Static's point, following the money.
Yeah.
Let's come up with a lot of questions that we want to ask, and let's try to go we'll go after this, because like I said, I mean, I think that's an important thing, is to have people that like are going to try to expose it. The only thing we can do is we expose it for what it is, and then hope that people will see what it is. But that's all we can do. And I'm down to expose them, because one, if you're going to create a company by the name of Sweet Baby Inc., you should just be shut down regardless. It's a terrible name for a company.
Couldn't agree more.
Can we please get on the Stargate? Because my blood pressure just through the roof, and I'm just
go through some of these comments really quick. I mean, we've just been kind of shooting between all
Cyberpunk.
Yeah,
I remember.
Hang on. Yeah, Static was saying his last pre-order was Cyberpunk. Learned my lesson real quick. Dude, I've said this multiple times. I was out on Cyberpunk when I saw their first gameplay trailer. Quote unquote gameplay trailer. I was out. I remember talking to a coworker at the time. I told him, I'm like, dude, I watched it. It was on rails. It made me think of an Ubisoft trailer. I was out. Like, and I was initially hyped. I was like, yes, sounds like a great idea. The Witcher games were great. I'd love to see what CD Projekt Red will do with a cyberpunk setting. Let's go. So pumped. But I saw that first trailer and I'm just like, oh. I wish I could. I would love to get him on to confirm this. And I'm just so it doesn't sound like I'm talking out my ass or nothing, but yeah, it just was like I was just like, God damn it. Really? CD Projekt Red, you're doing this? And then as time went on, I had completely just kind of left it out of my brain. And yeah. Dan Blackred said, for about 10 years, a lot of the smart game devs got into mobile games and app creation, made fuck off money, then pieced out. You know, hey, I honestly, I can't blame people for wanting to just kind of fuck off from the industry at this point. And he also said the hole hasn't been filled, and that's Metal Gear Solid. Dude, I was so hyped for that goddamn game. I was really looking forward to it. I'm like, yes, more backstory on Big Boss. Big Boss was already, after Metal Gear Solid 3, was already my favorite character. And I was like, ooh. It was like that whole tease with Liquid. We got that tease of seeing young Liquid. I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, ooh, so are we gonna get oh fuck, I'm forgetting his name. He was a cyborg ninja in Metal Gear Solid. But he was in the first Metal Gear. Fuck, I'm forgetting his name. Frank Yeager. Frank Yeager. Thank you, Sheefster. I was hoping we were gonna get to see him, maybe Naomi and everything. I thought we were gonna get to see these characters kind of start making their presence known and interacting with Big Boss. And I liked what was done in Peace Walker and stuff with the whole like capturing the story was shit in that game. Fuck that story. Basically turning even more turning Big Boss into Che Guevara fucking stand-in, especially for his looks. But I like the gameplay mechanics because that was basically doing what they were talking about for Metal Gear Solid 4. But Metal Gear Solid, I was stupid hyped. I'm like, I can't wait to see these characters. I really hope we do, and I was looking forward to seeing what we're gonna get for that story. And it was the reverse of Metal Gear Solid 4. It was ass ton of gameplay, which I'm like, yes, thank you. And the gameplay was probably perfected by that point. But the story was almost non-existent. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? God. Anyway, that should be a discussion for another time. Static said there are efforts being made to try and find as much information as possible. Should have some news on that soon. Yeah, I know you've been looking into it deeply, Static. Extra Zero, Derby Wormy. I mean, everybody's looking into all of this, and it's great because I feel like we got a lot of people doing a lot of great information gathering, and I feel like with it going on now, everybody's not getting taken so by surprise, so there's a little more concentration on this. So it's good. I like it. Static says I was a CD Projekt Red fanboy after Witcher 3. Totally fucked. I hear you, man. I hear you. I wanted to love it. I wanted to be all in on it, but sadly, they shot themselves in the foot. Meteor Advocate Timon says pre-order not a big thing over here. Never pre-ordered anything. I can't say I never. I wish I could, but I mean, I got wrapped up in some pre-orders here and there throughout the years. I did eventually stop. I stopped once after Watch Dogs because that was kind of like, hey, we're finally getting another game. We're finally getting a game for PlayStation 4. I went to the midnight release. Oh no, I didn't pre-order that, but I did go to the midnight release for the early pickup. Because there's like two lines. There's for the lines for people that pre-ordered and the lines for people that didn't. I think I was in the line that didn't. I don't know. I might have been the pre-order. I forget. Regardless, that was certainly some of the last times where I was like, you know what? I'm not doing this again. Dan Blackbird, yeah, Frank Yeager. You ever get Timon says Metal Gear Solid 5 had great mechanics, but the grind was horrendous. Some of it could have been, yes, but like I had so much fun screwing around in that game too. But like it just had nothing else to it. It was like a big playground, but like even the playground was pretty empty. There was just so much gaps between you and the enemies. Unfortunately. Dan Blackbird says Frank Yeager is the most forgotten, underused character in that franchise besides his weird null origin. Yeah, that's what kind of partly was like making me wanting to see him back in Metal Gear Solid 5. And because Portable Ops was like this weird side story, not really quote unquote official, if I recall right, but I was like, ooh, cool. The kind of first introduction, but I was kind of hoping for it being done proper in Metal Gear Solid 5. And hey, even then, yeah, getting like we could have gotten like Sniper Wolf's introduction and stuff like that too. So much could have tied into Metal Gear Solid 1 much more than what fucking Kojima did this because he was up his own ass spending money on fucking A-list actor or whatever, like Keith or Sutherland. God damn it. Blackroy says, don't even get me started on the Venom Snake switch and the whole hospital scene. I hate that mission, and you have to play it multiple times each playthrough. Yeah. Like, I kind of got what they were trying to set up with the whole Venom Snake thing. I didn't so much mind it, but I definitely wanted just it to be purely Big Boss. I was like, what the fuck? Blackroy then says, then rolling straight into Metal Gear 1, awful. Yeah. Static says, Watch Dogs 2 walk so Saints Row reboot could fall. Oof, yeah. The beginning of the end. Dan Blackroy says the entire third act of the game is missing, and the world and Mother Base is extremely sparse and boring. It fucking is. And the only thing that's been kind of made is like people have like dug and found the unfinished scenes. And the thing is, too, people wanted to blame nothing but Konami, but as time went on, people learned that Kojima was overly inflating his own projects and stuff like that, and he was the one causing a severe amount of trauma to that company. Also, he could fill his fucking ego in wanting to basically make a movie / video game. Dickhead. I used to be such a fanboy of Kojima too. That's what makes me even more frustrated. Let's see. Blackbird then says Mother Base is just a giant oil platform with doors you can go in. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, I didn't mind like some of the upgrading and that idea, but it should have been a little more like slightly more compacted in. It got kind of tiresome trying to like drive around that stupid thing and get around to all the different platforms and the different areas, all for even the areas on Mother Base just to mean kind of fuck all. Like it really didn't matter that you had like this whole like aviary whatever kind of petting zoo that you didn't really do a whole lot with. It was frustrating. Anyway, yeah, so whew. We've had fun tonight. Ooh.
Covered a lot of topics. Well, not really a lot, but a lot of content, I guess.
That's true, Black Red. One door opens, the one to Paz, and she ain't even really there. That's very true. Then Kojima made a glorified walking and delivery simulator, and the fanboys jizzed in their pants, says Mid-Year Advocate Timon. Bro, thank you. Yeah, it's so artistic. And oh yeah, so subtle. I have my character named Bridger, who is building bridges across the country. Fuck off. The only reason I got the only way I got that game was it came with my graphics card that I purchased at the time. I got it for free that way. I'm like, okay. I tried playing a bit of it. It was boring as shit. I was like, oh, I can see the Metal Gear Solid 5 gameplay mechanics in here, but it was boring as shit because, like Meteor Advocate Timon points out, you're just basically a glorified freaking delivery boy. What's the fun in that? All the while trying to avoid some weird black sludge stuff. Okay. Anyway. Let me send out the invites for anybody that wants to join in the chat or in the stream here. Firing this up. Boom. Oh, there's that. Let's see who else I gotta shoot this to. I don't know who else will be joining us tonight. Nobody's really sent anything to me. Let me do our little switch over. Hello, Static. How are you doing?
Hi.
Hi.
Still surviving, eh?
Yeah, I
12
slept.
hours? Was it a 12 hours stream static?
I wasn't on the 12-hour stream. I was on for the last 3 hours.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was there. I was there in case they were too drunk to shut things down, and that didn't turn out being the case.
Yeah.
Hey, man, 12 hours?
Double made me do it. Survived the whole time. He didn't even pass out, as far as I was aware.
Boomer, I give up on a poop after 20 minutes, man.
Yeah, Derby fell asleep for about
that was
30
hilarious.
minutes.
That was pretty hilarious.
Fractured, you need to do one so you can fall asleep within the first.
Oh no,
hour.
I've fallen asleep without doing a 12-hour stream.
No, I know.
That was like in the middle of the day.
No, that was at night. It was just not as
6:30.
late at night.
6:30.
It probably was.
I want to say we started when it was daylight still.
If you text Fractured at 5:54, he'll respond. But anything at like 6, done.
Oh no, I've replied to text at 3 a.m.
That's
Mainly
when
just
you're
because I know
getting
you're up.
That's when you're getting up.
Yes, I'm getting up.
That's Fractured's like changing of the guard with tweets.
All right, guys, let me know if you're hearing this.
Okay.
Did you hear the kitty?
I don't hear a kitty.
I don't hear a kitty.
I also don't see you sharing anything to Discord.
No, I know. That's why I before I share it in Discord, I test to see it's coming through here on the StreamYard.
Okay.
Or the restream, sorry.
Okay.
Still not hearing the.
Nope.
Damn it! Oh, hang on. Maybe it's.
Still
No
no
kitty.
kitty.
Maybe it's my settings in here. Hang on. Da-da-da.
So how are you doing, Hitman?
Good, good, good. Can't wait to fully expose this Sweet Baby Inc. Man, I didn't know how far this thing went. Like I was watching that podcast with Melee J and Melee James and Melee K, and there's like 3 other people, man. But it's insane. I had no idea. Just
It's absolutely disgusting that the founder of Weird Ghost is using money that she inherited from her dead brother,
Yep.
who was a victim of this whole
Pretty-
fucking thing.
yeah, like
It's-
the corruption is, and just like yeah,
It's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting. And so like I didn't know about her brother when I first started looking into this. And she had Eileen Halawaka, whatever her fucking name is, she's got a Medium post from years ago about her brother's suicide. And she like spends the first paragraph or two talking about how like people are gonna judge her for what she has to say. And it's like, oh well, now I know where you're coming from. Now that I know who your brother is,
right.
like I totally get that you are just a piece of trash, and that's why you're so worried about what people are going to think about you.
Right.
Right.
Well, and just the whole girl like sleeping with all these dudes probably at the same time to just win like I don't know if the winning the contest was the end game or if she just wanted to have sex or she wanted like I don't know what the whole like I haven't like I said delve into all that, but like just the corruption, man, of like I'm gonna sleep with these dudes for gain.
Yeah, I would say the whole sex for favor thing is one, she's a deviant. Two, it was in order to try and help boost her name to boost her career and just get her name out there and become more influential in the whole gaming thing.
Yeah, probably not best practice though to take the route of having sex to like boost your name. Like, yeah, your name's gonna get out there. It's probably not gonna be in the way that you want it to be. So and like to your point, like the whole favor thing, like, you know, here's the thing, like the whole favor thing, you know, has probably been around for a long time, but I think for me, you do it's reciprocal, right? I do something for you. It's like quid what's the whole quid pro quo or whatever. Like you do something for me, I do something for you type thing. But like I guess I never wanted to be in gaming though, because when Fracture, I've mentioned this, like this is escapism for us, right? So you never want to think that like, oh, this gonna politics or whatever is going to infiltrate Star Wars or Stargate or whatever you love, and the fact that it has, I think that's the thing that just irritates me the most. Is like I don't agree with what you do, politically or whatnot. Like not you, but I'm just speaking in general. Like, but don't bring it into the thing that I love, right? Because this is like the one sliver of not slivers, probably not the right word, but it's our escapism, man.
I hear things now. But also, Hitman, didn't you know Star Wars has always been political?
Well, yes, but not in the sense of like,
not in the sense of beating you over the head with it,
right?
Well, with Star Wars, it's more to do with its own world politics, not
right
using the real world into its world. It's creating its own thing.
They made it gay.
Everything is fake and gay. All right, so you were hearing it this time. All right.
Yes, it was a little quiet, but yes. Yeah. What? How's the volume sound like that, chat? Is it a little quiet?
Chat, let me know. All right, here we go. Sharing it in Discord now.
Oh, I'm on brain melt mode.
I feel you. All right, here we go.
Did you start it already? Oh, you
I'm
bastard.
starting.
So yeah,
now.
they're saying low kitty.
Low kitty. Okay, well, better than no kitty.
Why isn't it loading for me?
I don't know.
Did you do something?
Hang on, sorry. Maybe I. Are you seeing it now?
No. But that might just be me. I'll leave and come back in.
Hitman, are you seeing it? Hey, Professor Savage, shout out to you. He's saying static is so dark. So,
What does
seeing-
this mean? Lot of bling blongs?
I don't know.
I don't know what it means, but I like it.
Are you guys not seeing it in the Discord at all?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I don't know if anyone else. I don't know if Hitman's died over there. Like the respirator quit working and he finally had his asthma attack.
Keith, are you in there? Oh, yeah, I keep hearing. Okay, he meant the Discord. That's what the bling blongs is.
Oh. Duke, did you see anything in the Discord when it was playing?
I just turned it on now, and all I see is teal'c frozen.
Oh.
Okay, so you're seeing it.
So it's me. My computer's being a retard. Fuck. I don't know what to do. Oh, you know what? I'll just reboot Discord.
There you go.
I'm going to shut up now while I work on this.
Okay.
Ryak!
Kill!
Ryak!
Easy. It's okay now. He's coming around.
The gold within me.
They had to put Junior back in, teal'c.
We almost lost you. The drug didn't work, teal'c. I'm sorry.
You were calling out something. Ryak. Does that mean anything?
It means nothing.
Hopefully now the bling blongs will stop. I turned on streamer mode. I think that might have been stupid. The streamer mode is activated for Discord, so we should be good. Hopefully we won't hear it anymore.
As soon as we removed teal'c's Gould, his major organs began to shut down and he ran a high fever.
So the drug failed.
Yes, but it proves that the Gould is teal'c's immune system. Now, if we can learn about it and safely duplicate its effect, we can save lives on Earth.
Without killing teal'c in the process.
Well, I
think
guess
they do
boys
eventually
in Langley
develop
won't
that.
be able to study a Gould after all. It is still a possibility.
teal'c, you can't. But you don't have an immune system without your Gould. We can't play with your life like that.
There are many hundreds of Goa'uld larvae on Chulak. Chulak?
Right. You're kidding, right?
It's one of the few worlds in all the galaxy with such an abundance.
Yeah, but teal'c, if you recall last time we were there,
We had to shoot our way out, maybe made a bad impression.
It's out of the question. I can't authorize it. Then I will speak of it no further. Dismissed.
what was that?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Staring at my candle.
Mind if I... Yeah. Look, I'm sorry if I didn't... You do understand why we can't go back to Chulak, right? They'll get that drug to work long before that thing dies
I
inside
am not
you.
concerned about my life. I am concerned for the life of my son.
Your son?
His name is Ryak. I have not spoken of him or of my wife.
You left a family back there. Killed. You told the... No, you swore to the general you had no ties back there.
Bro.
Why didn't you tell us the truth?
A warrior becomes vulnerable if his family is held hostage to the enemy.
You didn't think we'd trust you if we knew. Teal'c, how the hell are we supposed to trust you now? Huh? You got any more surprises?
Baby.
With or without you, O'Neill, I must return to Chulak.
Either way, it's suicide, my friend.
Within days, my son will come of age. He will be called to the religious life of our world. He will undergo the ceremony of implantation, the Primta. The day when a young boy receives his first Goa'uld symbiote and becomes a true Jaffa, just as all other Jaffa before him.
I take it you don't want that to happen.
It is the means by which the Goa'uld enslave the Jaffa. I am not the only one among my people who believes this. My first teacher, the Jaffa Master Braytak, he knew very well the Goa'uld are false gods. But I cannot. I will not allow my son to become a slave.
Absolutely not.
With respect, sir, we've considered the risks.
You have.
Yes, and we are all behind teal'c, sir.
I can see that. What I can't see is what.
We believe there's more to be gained from this mission than a single larval Goa'uld.
Such as?
The warrior Jaffa class are the foundation of Goa'uld power. They serve as both incubators for their young and as their army. An army made almost invulnerable by the restorative powers of the Goa'uld larva they carry. I mean, it's literally a Faustian bargain.
Teal'c claims there are other Jaffa who believe in freedom from the Goa'uld as much as he does.
Imagine the strategic advantage, sir, if we could undermine the loyalty of the very group the Goa'uld depend on to maintain their power.
How many of these other Jaffa can you be sure of?
We're pretty sure of at least one guy.
One?
Yes, and where there's one, there has to be more than one.
Oh, absolutely. Colonel, will you join me in my office a moment?
Sure.
Shut the door. Have a seat, Jack.
Now put on this funny mask. We're gonna do things.
It's hammer
This is not
time.
my first barbecue trip, sir. I'd love to get a ghoul larva that the lab coats in Lanley can study. But I don't order my best people on a mission behind enemy lines unless I think it's absolutely necessary.
I believe it is, sir.
Why? Something you're not telling me, Colonel. If you don't want to come clean about the real motivation behind this mission, then fine. Mission is not approved. You will go where I tell you to go.
Sir, please.
Dismissed.
Not going well.
General, teal'c has a son.
What did you say?
Back on Chulak. His kid's about to be implanted with one of those larva things at a ceremony, and teal'c wants to stop it.
Why?
Why, sir?
Teal'c was an enemy soldier. He's compromised.
General, he was afraid we wouldn't trust him if we knew he had a family back there. Was he right? When teal'c saved our lives on Chulak, he gave up his family, sir. Don't you think we owe him something?
Why does it sound like there's like thunder all the time in these in the show?
What are you doing? Stand back from the keyboard.
I don't know.
I'm returning to Chulak for my son.
No. I'm sorry, I can't let you do that.
It is kind of funny. They eventually just started abandoning the helmets altogether. It's kind of nice to still see the helmets included every now and then.
Come on, teal'c. Don't do it this way.
I will risk no one's life but my own. Why will you not let me return?
You know far too much about this command, this facility, our defenses. I can't let that kind of knowledge fall into enemy hands.
I will die before allowing that to happen.
Damn it, teal'c, that's just what's going to happen if you go through that gate alone. Which is why I am inclined to authorize a mission to return to Chulak and allow you to bring your son back.
Oh, the escape key shuts down the gate. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, General.
When is this ceremony supposed to happen?
Within the day.
The time zones happen to be about the same, huh?
I was like, how does he know?
That's the question, right?
Okay, glasses.
O'Neill, I'm in your debt.
That's nothing.
We shall return.
Ready to ship out, sir.
Godspeed, Colonel.
These are scholars from the Court of Apophis. I am to escort them to the temple.
Why do you not show your face, my lord?
My helmet was damaged in combat. It must be repaired.
Perhaps I can help.
Never Kree. You dare touch me, priest? I shall tell Apophis of your vigilance, priest. You shall be rewarded.
You think there's maybe times when Teal'c went back to doing this, he didn't kind of enjoy it just a little bit?
Like, oh, I remember when I used to just muscle around preachers.
Have some authority.
Now I go to church with Jack and we have to be nice to him.
We will go directly to my former home. The ceremony should take place there.
All right, Teal'c, show us the way.
Is this your... My former home. A gift from Apophis from many years of service.
This is good real estate.
Nicely isolated, away from the city, you know. Hey, can't go wrong.
You put a nice porch outside, you got a mountain view.
Oh, yeah. You have the, that whole mountainside there, good forest setting. Hey.
Pre-built fire pit.
I will say it's kind of a cool design.
What does this mark mean? I don't recognize this.
This was the home of Shalma.
Traitor.
Bless you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, it looks like this happened a long time ago.
Teal'c, there's no reason to believe your wife and son were in the house when this happened.
He's also pretty upset about the resale value on this now, too.
Oh, yeah, the curb appeal and everything is just shot.
It's going to be a mess to flip this thing.
Yeah, if he wasn't upside down already.
Yeah.
I mean, he just a refinances for the reconstruction. I mean, goddamn.
Teal'c, Carter's right. You don't know what's happening here.
Obi-Wan! Shriek! 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 Tekmate Braytak.
Timon says that means sold.
Were I an enemy, you would be dead. My wife and son. I'm told they escaped the burning. I thought you might return in time for your boy's ceremony, Teal'c. Brave, but unwise.
If you were
How you knew is amazing.
Yes, yes.
Others don't know you as I do. But I expected you to come alone.
They are friends. Colonel O'Neill. Captain Carter. Daniel Jackson. Warriors of great skill and cunning.
Teal'c, that's...
My first teacher, Braytak. The greatest Jaffa master I have ever known.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
You were among the warriors who defeated the palace guard at Chulak?
All of those head pieces.
Hey, how do you know? I kicked my...
And you, a warrior of great skill and cunning? I could snap you like kindling. How could you bring these Hashak with you?
He bit my hand.
Hey.
Do I have to get a rabies shot?
Who you calling a hassock?
Hassock. I called my ex-girlfriend that the other day. She didn't like
You
it.
challenge me, Hashak?
No, I don't think we came to fight you.
A shame.
We're here on a mission. If you don't want to be a part of it, just say so.
You choose your friends well, teal'c. So, were I 100 years younger, it might not have been quite so easy.
You're over 100 years old? God, I'm sorry.
I get it. Lesson learned.
133.
You must work out.
How long can the Jaffa carry their symbiote?
No one has ever defied the Goa'uld and lift the
Oof.
There
A
was
long
much talk
time,
in
I know
Shulak
that.
of the warriors of Earth.
Because in season 5, isn't Braytek about to die?
Oh, he still goes on, as I recall.
Let's see what it says.
Find my wife and son. Your family is Krishna. Outcasts.
So, on top of the
Krishna
regular
live in a
human
handful of
lifespan, they can
camps
live in
outside the
excess of
city.
150 years.
I do not know which one your family belongs to. Then we should begin now.
Average lifespan of the Jaffa is 150 to 200 years, and teal'c is about 100.
I will
So
not
the
leave
symbiote
Chula
gave
without
him
seeing
the
my
long
son.
life and perfect health.
Captain?
That's just like
I want you and
an
Daniel to go back to the
approximation.
Stargate, take up
Because as
positions
I
where
recall,
we
by
can lay
the end
down
of season
cover fire.
10, he goes through like another
Yes,
big
sir.
life.
A minute ago, we were
They do like a
warriors
whole
with
like
great skill and
life
cunning.
forward
Wait
sort
there
of thing.
for us
Till he goes
for
back in
24
time.
hours. If we're not back by then, we probably won't be.
Yes, sir. We'll be waiting. Good luck, sir.
If we are discovered, you will be brought before Apophis along with us.
Well, we'll just have to cross that bridge when we come to it.
No. The bridge is too well guarded.
No, actually, there I was using a cliche that.
Kel Shock, my friend. Honor us with your guidance. We go south. Those camps nearest the city. I
We
believe
avoid
your
the
wife
bridge.
would go there. I agree.
South is good.
Tolba, Cree.
Hey, Teal. Maybe Braytek's feeling a little tired. Might want to take a little rest.
We will follow. Teal'c and I will lead.
No. Actually, you see, I'm in charge
The
here.
Stargate is well patrolled. Your deceptions will not work a second time. You need my help to stay alive, human.
Yeah, all right. Whatever. I'm easy.
Teal'c tells me your world is without gods. Difficult to imagine.
Well, it's not without gods. A lot of people believe there's a God. Not everyone believes in the same God the same way, but let's just say nobody believes in anyone with glowing eyes and a snake in his head.
Then you serve no one.
I serve the SGC under a General Hammond.
So this Hammond is...
Just a man. Very good, very bald man from Texas.
Poor Teal'c. What he must have gone through keeping quiet about his family.
I see them and I think of the priests and Monty Python where they start smacking their
Priests.
heads.
That's Apophis's emblem.
What are they carrying? What's that?
It's a bell.
It's a bell. Yeah.
Is it a church bell?
Probably.
Dinner's on.
Church in a while.
Priest, stand aside.
Teal'c, the traitor.
Dare to show yourself, Jeudy?
I have no wish to harm you, priest, but I will not allow you to perform the primta on my son.
Teal'c.
And this would be
my wife, Dreyok.
I had to beg the priest to perform the ceremony. They brought the tablet and the tent for the primta all the way to camp. Why have you returned?
My son will not be a slave, Dreyok. He will taste freedom, as I have.
Freedom, Teal'c. You have condemned your son to death.
That's what you talking about.
Your heresy is an abomination, Teal'c. Even by the outcasts, I am shunned.
The abomination is my people enslaved by the Goa'uld.
How can you call the gods that you served for so long your enemy?
Since the Earth people opened my eyes, the primta is slavery.
Did you see where I am raising your son? Is this better than the home that Apophis granted you as first prime?
It is not.
Abandoned and betrayed us. Do you know what I have endured to convince the priest that we are still loyal? They were about to lift the banishment so that we could return to the city.
So you want this more for yourself than for our son? I will speak to him.
No, he believes you are dead.
Dead?
It's easier than the truth.
What have you told him, woman?
What would you have me tell him? That a father left his son for people he does not know, who are not his blood? You tell him that, husband. You witnessed the dishonor in his eyes.
Dreyok.
Come. Carry your son back to the hovel that has become his home.
Let's just leave all the snakes out in the open.
Well, when you're on your own stronghold planet,
Yeah.
a group of radicals has come along and blow up the. I told you we should have gotten him the jab.
Oh, he did get the jab.
Oh. My mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, there's so many different symptoms for so many different things. It's hard to keep up.
I knew he was not dead.
No, I just wished he was.
How long has the sickness been in him?
Since we were driven from our home. Do you understand now?
No.
Without the healing powers of the gold, he will die.
What have I done?
How's he doing, Teal?
He's dying.
I'm no doctor. I know scarlet fever when I see it.
Let's see. What pack could I use here?
There's some vaccines.
Ivermectin.
No. Give that to him.
I thank you.
It won't cure him, you know. It'll take more powerful drugs than I've got with me.
What of your Earth doctors?
If we can get him through the Stargate, maybe.
Bingo, Gould larva.
Here in the open like this, no guards?
Well, who on Chulak needs to steal one?
We do.
Timon says, that's just Kang.
Need to fashion a rudimentary fishing rod.
Right?
Okay. We can do this.
I'm ready.
Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, on 4.
4. Oh, I really, really, really hate these things. Oh. Okay. Come on. Daniel,
Easy boy.
what are you thinking?
Just that every single one of these infant Goulds will one day take a human life. And all I have to do is...
If we kill them when they're as vulnerable as they are right now, we'd be no better than the Goa'uld. Let's go.
And you're trying to keep low key right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't want to act like an overly emotional woman. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. All right, so we don't let Daniel handle the guns anymore.
There was no one there, like, standing guard.
Nope.
It's burning.
Carter and Daniel should be here.
And Daniel's
He no
a little
longer draws
preoccupied
breath,
acting
Teal.
like an overly emotional woman blowing up things.
Teal, we should try to make it to the Stargate.
By then it will be too late. There is another way.
No, no, no.
Rose.
Teal, you want to think about this? You can't live for more than a couple of hours without that thing.
It is a father's right.
What if you, Teal'c?
I'm sorry, my son. It is I who must do this to you. But I do it to save your life. Forgive me, my son. Forgive me.
Do you think these things seem to be fed?
Maybe stop and look before we actually run. Oh, you guys are okay. They shoot like stormtroopers. You're fine.
Oh, God damn it. What the hell do we do now?
Drop and cover your head. This is gonna be close.
Well, that was insane.
Let's go back to the Stargate.
Keep coming, Captain. You're almost here.
The goa'uld within him is strong. He's healing well.
When will he be strong enough to travel?
Soon. But then O'Neill I will no longer be. Braytak. I would have you hear my will.
Let's just put a little hold on that right now.
You better get moving, sir.
We've got a little problem. Teal'c's kid was too sick to make it to the Stargate, so we gave him his own goa'uld to keep him alive.
We have one.
You what?
We were gonna take it back with us, but
Praise the stars, we must hurry.
We found what looks like a monastery.
You dare steal from the sepulchre of the temple?
It is sacrilege.
Well, so what? Is he gonna help him?
It's weird that Braytek would say that.
Get ready for implantation. We will try.
Kind of missed it. What did you say?
It's like you dare steal from the temple.
Oh, yeah.
It's like he knows that, they're false gods. Is that an elk? What is that? It's amazing that the Jaffa don't have any like communicators of any sort.
My body grows strong.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird mixture of where they have like this advanced space flight technology, yet are also kind of primitive in their communications on a planet. But with all the things that they parasitically leached off of, you'd think they would have found something among all the technology for communicating, make it easier. Considering even the Tari have walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
You want to become a great warrior.
Stay.
I cannot. But the day of my return will come.
When?
It may be a very long time, my son, but the life of a Jaffa is long. I know the day will come when we will stand side by side in battle to free our people from the false gods. Remember, my son. Remember.
Did he ever talk to him before about? I don't think we talked to his kid before about like false gods.
Flame before the priest.
No, I mean they do flashback on it, but like it's still just between him and Braytech on the whole false god stuff. And he kind
And
of
Dryak too.
Yeah, he kind of alludes to it to his life a bit, but it's like otherwise,
And his father will
not
never
his son
return
so
to his
much.
people if he does not. Go now.
Teal'c, we gotta move.
I think Teal'c has more eye makeup on than she does.
No. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, defensive there.
Not makeup. It's hot out there. I want that helmet for Halloween.
Here's the plan. You will do as I say.
They are pretty cool.
Right. You won't need those.
Well, don't you want to take them anyway?
Right? Might need him for another time. Exactly.
Pop Creek. No, I go around saying that at work and nobody knows what I'm saying.
I think it's a slur.
Straight. Oh. Come no further. Time to present my prisoners to Apophis himself. Cannot pass, Braytok. You know of me? Of course, Master. You were once the greatest Jaffa warrior of all. But no one may pass until the palace guard arrives. I understand. Then we wait.
Take it easy. We don't need to worry about this. See, that's what you get when you call him once the greatest warrior.
Imagine this. You got off light this time.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad for a man of 133.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
So what will you do? When the priests come to, they'll tell Apophis that you betrayed them.
I suppose. I will cross that bridge when I come to it.
I lack the words to thank you, Braytok.
I thank you, Teal'c. I have another young warrior to teach of new worlds and false gods.
Oh God, he's a groomer.
Oh no! Braytek, no!
My friend.
Farewell.
Another well-paced, moving episode. I love it.
I just realized something.
Thoughts?
I just realized something. When it said the stream is ended, it then puts like a little thing that says cricket noise. I'm trying to remember a lot more about the lore with I mean, they touched on it lightly here, but I mean, this is a character who will be throughout all the seasons. Really, I think he appears in every season almost.
Just about, yeah. That I can think of.
Yeah, let's see. He was not in season 4. That was the only one. He made appearances every other time.
Damn. So wait, Hitman, which season are you up to now? 5?
Episode 5, and somebody spoiled something for me, and I'm really not happy.
Wait, season 5 or what?
Season 5, episode 4.
Okay.
Where homeboy Ancient was trying to have Carter as his girlfriend.
One of the Boondock Saints, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's season 5, episode 3, Ascension, where Carter has basically they go to a planet where Ancient follows her back in particular and takes a human form again.
That's right.
Like a super weapon, and then he kind of does the whole like building a makeshift Stargate in her basement and everything, and he's got the hot.
Yeah,
one of Carter's boyfriends.
It's Indiana Jones.
Right, he was in the Young Indiana Jones show, wasn't he?
Yep.
I also know him as one of the Boondock Saints brothers.
Yeah.
John Patrick Flannery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also plays Nefarious and Nefarious, if you were curious.
I see that on his IMDb now. But yeah, for this episode, I always just love how like they started introducing the word for traitor, their Sholva.
And then somebody made me mad at work last night. I called them Sholva, and
I'm telling you, man, they think you got some weird curses or slurs or something going on.
Oh, man, like, but I'm trying to learn. Jaffa Indian. Jaffa. Yeah, I told the joke, and I laugh every time I tell the joke. I genuinely laugh. I think it's absolutely hilarious.
Like when Teal'c told that joke.
Yes. Oh, it's so great. It's so great. And then Fracture's like, it was super cringe. I'm like, you're cringe.
I didn't say cringe. I just said he belts out an awkward sounding laugh because it sounds so unnatural coming from Teal'c.
What was that Jaffa joke that Teal'c said?
Hang on, let me see if I can find it really quick.
There's a serpent guard,
here it is.
A horse guard, and Satesh guard meet on a neutral planet. It's a tense moment. The Satesh, or no, see, you boobed it up. He says the serpent guard's eyes glow, the horse guard's beak glistens, the Satesh guard's nose drips.
And then he just starts laughing. You kind of had to be there for that one, I guess.
Yeah, you kind of had to know. You had to be on the inside for that joke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great though. What a great episode. The next one is Amaroka. What? Fate? Amaroka.
Yes, fire and water.
Mm-hmm.
He is not a furling, as I was led to believe by somebody on this panel.
It was not me. I'm telling you, the furlings are furry. It's in the name.
Who was saying that it's a fan theory?
Oh, it's a fan theory, not an actual.
Yes, not actually stated anywhere. It's just an idea that people have had, that maybe that's because it'd be like the whole, subversion of expectations sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having a name furling and they be furry creatures, it's actually a scaly fish-looking creature.
So, do all the ancients look like this octopus light thing waving, like the?
Oh, they're ascended forms. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they're glowing. They look like the glowing balls, or like Organians in Star Trek.
Yeah. I don't know. Fracture. I was going to tell you. So on Amazon Prime. So season 5, episode 2 is for whatever reason is not
you can't watch it. You watch every other episode, but episode 2. So when I finished episode 1, and immediately I thought it played episode 2, but it was the intro to Atlantis. But I didn't know it until I thought, yeah, it was super weird because it was like a million years in the future, and it looked like Atlantis, and then the bomb went off, and it looked like freaking Apophis was there, looking at like really mad at his wife at the time, and then he walks off, and so I was like, what is this? Like, I was like, did freaking Atlantis like make it an appearance? I thought it didn't come in until episode, season 8 and everything, but no, it just somehow Prime just had me watch Atlantis, and now it's on my watch list. So thank you.
That's weird.
That's weird.
But here's the thing that pissed me off. So Michael Shanks, who somebody like apparently, I don't know how I found out, but it's like he dies in season 5. I'm furious. And then I had to research it, and they said apparently he left because of creative differences. That's why he dropped creative. Yeah. I was like, he's such a great character, and like, why would you let him leave? But he's in Atlantis. So when does Atlantis take place? How's he gonna? Does he come back from radioactive poisoning?
He makes guest appearances in Atlantis, but
he was in episode 1 of Atlantis. How did he come back?
Well, he can't tell you how or if he comes back. It's called spoilers.
Well, I don't want to know because I'm already mad because people are not nice.
Well, that's why we're not telling you.
Yeah, but is it a sarcophagus? Just tell me was it a sarcophagus? That's the only thing he can. That's the only way he can come back. Sarcophagus.
So the problem is you don't know how he leaves. That's the problem.
Well, this person said he died of radioactive poisoning in season 5. I'm like, well, that was a not nice move because some of us have not watched this in '97.
But the problem is that's all you know, right? Do you know anything more?
No, I don't, and I don't want to know because I could care less if somebody spoils like the Mandalorian or anything else.
I'm not okay. So you know that Daniel dies. That got spoiled.
I read that this person apparently had the cojones and audacity said that he died of radioactive poisoning.
Okay. So that is what you think you've been spoiled.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, then I saw him in Atlantis. So it's like,
So maybe he does come back. Maybe there's a way he can, but you'll have to watch.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Find out. Yeah.
I'm watching, but
you haven't even got to him leaving the show.
No, but I don't want to go any further in season 5 because I'm afraid that he's got this is gonna come to fruition. He's gonna die, and then I'm gonna be like, oh my goodness! Like, listen, it's one thing
how it all takes place, how it all goes down.
Listen, it's one thing to kill off like a third level character, but if they were to kill off Richard Dean Anderson, I'm raising this city to the ground. Mark my words. Hide your kids, hide your wives. Hitman's coming out. You will not kill O'Neill 2 L's.
Oh my god.
No, I'm quite anyway, so
whenever you get to the end of season 5, everything will be clear.
I will be personally contacting you. I will send you a DM.
And
asking legal advice to sue whoever had the audacity to terminate his contract.
Well, this isn't Canada. You can't sue for your feelings being hurt.
That's a Canadian show, so I mean,
just because it was filmed there doesn't mean it was a Canadian show.
Everybody on that acting list is Canadian fractured.
So have you actually looked at like the Stargate Wikipedia page?
No, because I can't. It's Wikipedia.
Okay. Well, it's they have the Stargate wiki.
Probably as valuable as Wikipedia for Star Wars. So
it is for Stargate.
It's StargateFandom.com SG command. I mean, I think it's useful in the sense that it does give good descriptions. The same way that like Wikipedia does. Memory Alpha does the same thing for Star Trek. So if like you need to get to know details on an episode, I think those are actually kind of good resources.
I almost had to go and look it up because there's an episode in I think season 4 where there's like I forget the Stargate was open for this is where because I think you referenced or Fracture referenced that, or maybe it was Spartacus, that it could only stay open for like
38 minutes.
Yes,
yeah.
And it almost hit 39, and it was like 37.59 is when it shut off, but they didn't think it was going to shut off, and I almost had to go. I was like, are they going to lie? Like when's this thing going to turn off? Like, is it going to just like because it was I think it wasn't a black hole. I forget what episode it was, but because they tried to shut the iris and it was super.
Oh, Wasn't there an episode with the black hole?
There was, yes.
Yeah, the team was running towards the gate, and
Yeah.
like, what's going on? It looks like they're running in slow motion, and then they realize that there's a black hole event going on, and they're trying to find out how they can shut it down before it completely somehow invades the SGC and just tear
Why did you guys not tell me about this show back in '97? Like, I'm so livid that both of you didn't tell me about this show, because like I could have been
back in '97. I didn't know who any of you people were.
Yeah,
I wanted to jump back to 7th grade.
Yeah,
yeah. Could have been watching this with the Next Generation.
I mean, I wish I could have been watching it when it was first out myself too, but I wasn't. So
the only thing I know about Stargate is the Borg, and then I think the people with the what are the Vulcan mind grip? Is it
this is hurting. This is hurting me.
Vulcans.
Stop while you're ahead.
Don't fall for it, Brad. He does this on purpose.
Mhm.
Dare you.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Let's do this. No,
And the guy is Mr. Spook. Oh no, that's a different show.
no.
You can't say that.
We can't say that one. That's right. That show got canceled in the '60s.
That's their word.
It's Dr. Spock.
Yes.
The children doctor. He's on the Starship franchise. USS franchise, which actually kind of works if you think about it.
I thought it was the Enterprise.
I don't know which movie you're watching.
Anyways, Stargate. Yes, it would have been great to have informed you way back when we didn't know you to let you know, hey, there's this great show you should be watching right now. Sadly, that's not the case.
But, look, if somehow it ever happens that we get involved in a temporal time travel event, that will be the first on my list to make certain that back in '97, you were advised about this show.
We will find a way to get word to you.
Yeah, I did not know about this show in '97. I was too busy trying to learn how to kickflip.
There you go.
I was
busy playing Final Fantasy VII.
I was in law school.
I knew you were going to say Final Fantasy VII Fractured.
It was the easiest one I could remember.
Dude, I love those videos of Tony Hawk just driving around LA asking these young bucks to do a kickflip, and then he just hands out all his gifts and Beats by Dre and all this stuff.
Oh, I could have said GoldenEye. God damn it.
Yeah, that was a game back then.
Yeah, it was. GoldenEye was great. Mario Kart, Star Fox 6, Fallout came out in 90. God damn, a lot of great games came out in 97. Shit. Anyway, yeah, Stargate, good episode. Bloodlines. So I guess the question becomes fire and water. Do we jump into it?
I think we have to give the people what they want. Amaroka. I mean, they've been hearing us talk about Amaroka, and I think we got to. I honestly thought Amaroka was a coffee flavoring.
If maybe like Geek Ryan could do that, maybe they could do a Stargate theme.
Oh yeah.
Java.
Well,
there you go, Brad. You should.
Okay, so here's the thing, Bradley, and hopefully Bradley and Static will join us next week. Do we want to do Fire and Water? Do we want to jump to Hathor? I don't know if Fire and Water really, not that I've seen yet, has much of a does he come back? Is there any?
I don't think he ever comes back.
No,
I don't remember.
Pretty sure he doesn't.
Do we want to jump to Hathor? Do we want to do?
Hathor's painful in its own right.
It is, because she burns on fire and then she walks out of the fire. Like, how does that happen? You're on fire and then you just walk out of the fire. Like,
yeah, she's not. It's like she's Daenerys or something.
Static, do you have an opinion? You want to do Fire and Water? Or do you want to?
I have no opinion at all. My opinion is just go in order.
Just go in order.
Yeah, honestly, because I was thinking about that. If I ever get that Star Trek DS9 thing up and running, like I'm thinking about, there's definitely episodes you can miss, but you kind of have to see it all to really get a flavor of like why there are certain episodes that suck.
Yeah, to
and then some are just so good.
You have to watch the Brief Candles and the Fire and Waters to appreciate, like just. I agree, all of them.
And you have to do it like I did it. I mean, I watched this when it first came out. I didn't get to say, you know what, I'm going to skip this episode.
This is true. This is true.
All right, Fire and Water.
Those areas. Okay. All right. It's decided. I just wanted to make sure
and then afterwards you can like just go, oh God.
Because here's the thing. We think Fire and Water is really bad. Just wait until we get to Singularity. That was bad.
I don't remember which one that was.
It was the girl with the bomb, Cassandra.
Yeah.
Cassandra.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of.
Well, I will say Fire and Water is a lot better than
it starts the meme of Daniel and Death, so
yeah.
Yeah. All right, Fire and Water.
All right. Yeah, I just throwing those questions out there for everyone just to see where we're all at, but I get it.
Here's the thing though, like we're talking about, like there's some episodes which aren't good. But then after all that, after you go through Fire and Water, you go through Hathor, you go through Singularity, get to Core Eye. Core Eye is actually a really good episode and really good for the development of Teal'c's character.
Oh, I agree. I thought they were going to kill Teal'c, and then I would have rated.
I had to remind myself which one. Okay, yeah. I forgot this happened in season 1. I always forget it. But yeah, no, that's a good. A little bit more is another kind of like contained episode. A little bit. They aren't going too far out into other places, but it is a good one. You're right.
Same thing, like you gotta watch Tin Man. Come try ya.
That's right.
I can do without Tin Man. He's like Ergo.
That's his limit, is Tin Man. Okay. We've like come to understand.
Yeah, but it does have an effect later on.
I don't want to talk about it.
It has a follow.
Yeah.
It does
follow up.
So he's like the annoying cousin that comes to the family reunion that you just can't get away from.
Desperately seek to avoid.
Yes. I'm gonna call it sick for my family reunion.
Oh boy. Okay. So anything else on this episode in particular that people wanted to discuss? That stuck out other than what we were kind of already commenting on how the hell.
No, I'm gonna make a t-shirt that says Sholva. I'm gonna wear it and see if I'm actually gonna try to create a shirt that says Sholva and see if people get the reference.
Make certain you spell it right.
I was gonna say, I'm sure you can find the merch out there too.
L''VA, I believe. Sholva. Cree.
You just got a Jaffa Cree
Literally,
shirt
I think
too.
the word Cree, you could just put Cree at the end of everything. I gotta go to the bathroom. Cree. Like,
why do I think you're kind of right about that?
Just saying.
Yeah, SHOL''VA. Sholva.
Very common word in Guald language, roughly translated as attention.
Yeah. And you need, listen, that's probably a good thing to say after you've gone to the bathroom. Great.
Okay. All right. If that's all there is to it, then we'll go around. Static, what do you got to plug, sir? Fire away.
Well, you're going to be able to find me in a short bit over on my Kick, where I will be streaming Arkham City.
Ooh, nice.
And hanging out with like Dermy and Shock and whoever comes over there for Saturday, probably talking about Sweet Baby Inc. and Act Man stuff. And depending on how that conversation goes, I might stop playing Batman and start just doing research online about these companies.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I'll just stream me investigating while we discuss things. It depends on how the conversation goes. But yeah, and then Monday Night Bloodbath over on my channel Static 2020, where we're going to talk about politics. We'll go over the State of the Union stuff and anything else fucking retarded that comes up between now and then. And then Thursday nights for the weekend pregame, where I am joined by Fractured and Duke Devil here, and it will probably be some sort of week of cringe because apparently that's important for that show.
According to your brother.
Steve we also need to get Steve working again, because that's when he starts dropping some bombs.
Really quick, Static, what time is your podcast on Saturday nights?
Saturday nights?
Or I'm sorry, is it tonight or is it when do you do? Is it Saturdays or Sundays?
I do Mondays and Thursdays. Saturdays is just a hangout.
Okay. Mondays and Thursdays. Okay.
But Monday you find me, it's 7 p.m. Pacific, and then Thursdays is 5:30 Pacific.
Okay. I'm gonna try to one of these days. I'm trying to get on.
Well, you're more than welcome. I thought you worked.
I do, but dark side is pathway to many abilities, so I'm considered to be unnatural. So I'll figure out what I can do.
You might get extremely aggravated at my show.
I mean,
I said things to Fractured purposely to piss you off because I know how it will work, and that's like that's all we talk about on my show.
That's what he says I do, and I think it's just a bunch of malarkey. I don't. This is my name. Bradley and I are just gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna figure out. Was it defamation lawsuit? I don't know. Some big word that means basically you're a bully and I'm going to sue you for it.
Intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Yeah, whatever Amber Reed did to Captain Jack. Did you? Okay, we'll end on that. But it's like, I got a jar of dirt. Did you see that clip? It's like, he said he had a jar of cocaine, and he has like it was a jar of dirt. Played the clip. It's hilarious.
Oh, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Amber Heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cocaine. He's just like they played the clip of like it's a jar, and his lawyer I guess went to him and Moshe's like it's a jar of dirt, and he like lost it or was trying not to lose it, but he's laughing. It's very
oh boy! All right, Duke. How about you, sir? What do you got to plug?
Of course, I have my channel Duke Devil 95, where I do various reviews about things that are out there. Most recently, Dune. I finally got around to doing that. I now apparently have more than 150 subscribers, so that's kind of cool on my end.
Nice.
All right.
I try to stop by the Monday Night Bloodbath when I can. Maybe this week. I don't know. I may be bacheloring it again for a few days early this week.
Oh.
She's still not home. She's still somewhere in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I thought she was supposed to be back today.
Yeah, she's stuck. She can't get out. There's a problem in the Tampa Bay area, so nothing's coming in. It's a mess. But yeah, so and I'll be on Thursday night. That's a regular event for me. And if something comes up, I'll maybe post something about it and try to be back next week for Fire and Water.
Nice. All right, Hitman. Anything at all for you, sir?
No.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
No.
I'm gonna possibly just really quickly before I even do crash, I'll probably try and jump in, harass Dermy, and I was also gonna Melee Games. They're doing a members only special naughty game stream on their Discord, so I might jump in and check that out. Otherwise, you can always find me here on this channel. Wednesdays I'll be back to playing Batman. Oh, what the?
Sorry, there was a sneeze that I held back.
Oh. I thought it was a small animal or something.
I thought you like suddenly shook a dog. Like, what the hell?
I was trying not to blast you guys out of the stream.
I knew you had a cat, and I'm like, I don't think a cat makes that type of noise.
Right? But yeah, probably Wednesday mornings and stuff like that for gaming streams. And then Thursday, I'll of course be back over on Static's channel for weekend pregame, and of course we'll be back next week where we will be probably going over slowly but surely more and more of this mountain of information that we've been receiving with all this sweet baby nonsense, because there's still a lot to get through, and we've just only scratched the surface of a lot of it.
Gamergate 2.
The Electric Boogaloo.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yep. You have to add the Electric Boogaloo.
Sargon of Akkad finally got his wish. But
wait, what was that?
What?
What was his wish?
Gamergate.
Marrying Anita Sarkeesian?
besides that, no, we kind of myself and Melee Games, we kind of referenced it a little bit on the stream. Sargon was in a stream with Mr. Medicare, and that's where he was talking about if Trump just tweeted about Gamergate, we could get Gamergate 2 to happen, basically, or to rekindle it, because I think he kind of was hitting a lull period a little bit with like subs and stuff like that, and he was not quite having the same popularity. So he felt this is an assumption of that whole situation and weirdness of him wanting Gamergate 2. But that's why I've been joking that, hey, Mr. Akkad got his wish. Gamergate 2 has finally happened. But it didn't require Trump. We got it in a completely different entity in this Sweet Baby Inc. company and all of its rest of the shells that are surrounding it. So, but yeah,
it's sad that Medicare doesn't have the energy for it this time around.
Dude, I know. I wish he did, because that would definitely be some hilarity right there alone. And just for some of the deep diving too. Otherwise, catch us back and there was some articles that somebody sent me, which I will try and get to because it's kind of an interesting topic of his articles on Twitter. Here is Sweet Baby Inc., the unsettling parallels to MK Ultra tactics. We didn't get to it to this stream, but next week we'll dive into this and kind of see what the parallels this person is pointing out. Otherwise, there's our little tease for next week.
I want that link.
I'll shoot it to you. Anyways, we will see you all later. Thanks again for dropping by. Thank you, Static and Duke, for joining us for another Stargate Watch. Chat, as always, you're fantastic and wonderful. I appreciate y'all hanging out with us as you do, having the discussions that we do. It's always a blast. So that, peace out. Later.
Bye.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Yeah, I should have known from the very beginning. From what you said. Yeah, when the mega powers were formed. Yeah, what you were out for from the very beginning. Yeah, you were after what was mine. I remember what you said.
You can destroy the Emperor. Join me. Together, we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Yeah, that one was rough. Those words right there. Yeah, I got stuck, yeah, but I swallowed it anyway. Didn't like the taste, but I swallowed it anyway, yeah. But I remember the time when there was a conquistador out of the ring, the one that's so jealous that he can't stand it, yeah. Yeah, you came in there with your poses, yeah, but you made a big idiot out of yourself, yeah. And speaking of idiot things, what about that stupid idea? Did you forget that one? Think back. That right there sealed your fate. Yeah, that put the madness over the edge. But I'll tell you what felt even better, yeah, was in the dressing room, in the first aid room. Me being unselfish, yeah, said go ahead, do the thing, yeah. You won't steal my thunder, no. When you take a look at the madness's eyes, all you're gonna see is complete and utter rage!